Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. Shalom, family. We got to get right into this late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. It's a World War III alert. All kind of bombs is being dropped. Pakistan bomb Iran bomb Pakistan. We still got the Middle East heating up. Is Russia going to go into China? North Korea is declaring South Korea a very deadly foe. They don't be friendly no more. What's taking place here? But is the U.S. military plotting to overthrow anything Trump do, call him a dictator if he fight back? And are they putting it in our face? This is very serious what's going on. Let's look into it. And it's Jim Crow Joe and the Democrats just out of control. Let's dig deep. Salute to all the revolutionaries in the building.
I'll ask this question. Is a military coup being orchestrated in case of a Trump victory in 2024? Well, a military takeover of the United States government. It appears that is the case, according to a stunning report from NBC News, which we'll get to that bombshell piece of the story in a moment. But first, why would they be concerned about Trump? Well, this week, of course, President Trump won the Iowa Republican caucus by the highest margin in history.
So based on the first results and our Fox News voter analysis, the Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the Iowa caucuses.
He will take the lion's share of the state's 40 delegates. This result really solidifies his place as the current frontrunner for the nomination.
Clearly, DeSantis came in a distant second place. The candidate Nikki Haley in third place. Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, has ended his campaign and endorsed Donald Trump. They had a big event yesterday, and it was a lot of glad handing and hugging, and there's a lot of discussion. People were yelling out in the audience, VP for Vivek, and so we'll see about that. Nikki Haley said she won't do any more debates, so they've been canceled. So now what? Well, now the deep state, the CIA, has a decision to make. End Trump's chances now before people have a chance to vote, or wait until he's president and foment a coup, an inside government takeover. That appears to be what they're going to do. An inside government takeover, that appears to be the second option. That's what they're going with. Laura Logan, a fantastic journalist, Laura Logan, says the real fascists are the ones afraid of the people. They never meant it when they said this was a government of the people, for the people, by the people. That was supposed to control, not be exercised. The people are taking their government back from the elites, and the elites can't stand it. So what are the elites going to do if Nikki Haley can't beat Trump? They want her to beat Trump. They're setting her up to try to beat Trump. All the money is going to Nikki Haley right now on purpose. Well, according to NBC, they're going to take the military away from Trump. In other words, a coup. There's no other way to slice it. According to a report in NBC News, which is not some far-right publication, Democratic lawmakers, advocacy groups, former government officials are, quote, quietly devising plans to stop former President Donald Trump from taking control of the United States military if elected president in 2024, in November of this year.
Now, why would they want Trump in control of the military? He's not going to use it to cause World War III. We know that now, because they don't want him to get them to stand down and not to start World War III, have us in World War III. This is absolutely illegal. This is dictatorship.
Myanmar?
Yeah, like Myanmar. Like, this isn't Bolivia, right? We're turning into like a banana republic here. This is mainstream American NBC News telling us this. This isn't like some publication on some what people would say is an extremist right-wing website or something like that. No, this is NBC News telling us what the deep state is planning. The NBC News report is titled this: Fears grow that Trump will use the military in dictatorial ways if he returns to the White House, among those being mentioned for Trump's defense secretary, et cetera, et cetera. Fears grow, Trump will use the military. And this report details how the deep state has created a, quote, loose-knit network of public interest groups and lawmakers that are preparing to foil any efforts for Trump to use the military to carry out his political agenda, essentially wresting control of the military away from Trump. You can't make this up. I mean, this is literally in the text. You can read it for yourselves.
But Biden is using the military to start endless wars and continue endless wars. So he can use the military if it's actually being used to continue to kill people. Bonus points if they're brown people.
Right. But with this NBC News report, which we'll go in more detail here in a second, is the idea that, what if Trump uses the military to go after political adversaries? Oh, you mean like how the Biden administration weaponized the Department of Justice to go after political enemies?
Right.
Right. I mean, so Biden, to your point, is literally doing what they're worried that Trump will do. And they're worried that he will then use the Department of Justice to go after political enemies. He'll use the military to go after political enemies, and he will become an authoritarian leader. Former Trump Pentagon advisor Colonel Douglas Macgregor.
Can you, just before you make that point, though, because I read the book by the special investigators of the Mueller investigation, Andrew Weissman, and they tried really hard to accuse Trump of misusing power during their investigations, and they could not conclusively find it. So we have precedents of him being in the White House.
We have 4 years of precedents.
They tried to prove that he was doing just that and were unable.
Yeah.
And so it's such a baseless fear, and we have a guy doing it.
Right. But this is what the liberals and liberal media are concerned about. Oh, and by the way, the neocons. So the Nikki Haley wing.
My point is, I don't really think that they believe it themselves.
Well, that's what Colonel Douglas Macgregor, I think he thinks that they don't believe it themselves either. And yet they're doing it anyway. And they've done it to great success already. Listen to what Colonel Macgregor just told me.
Officers, it's pure bullshit. I mean, it's just nonsense. So, and they've also tried to essentially turn it into a non-white organization. I mean, that's obvious. Look at the picks that they've made. So I know, no doubt that's probably real in their minds. Now, will it work the way they want it to? I don't know. They could end up with a very divided military that doesn't do what they want it to do. You know, remember that they wanted to get rid of everybody and anybody who remotely leaned to the right in the General Officer Corps and the admirals in the Navy. So they've succeeded.
They've succeeded. So they want to remake the Pentagon. They want to do this. It's total bullshit, what Colonel Macgregor says, but it's absolutely, they've done it before. And what's to stop them from doing it now? Now, though, they've all gone on the record. These people have gone on the record to NBC News. These aren't like anonymous sources floating around. No. So let's go through this NBC News report, because there are off-the-record sources, but a lot of people on the record telling NBC exactly what they plan to do to Trump. NBC, of course, has deep connections to the Pentagon and the CIA. You can read the Cato Institute's report on how members of the CIA went to work for NBC News. So there's a deep connection here with the intelligence community and NBC News. Journalist Paul Sperry also confirming the NBC News report, saying, breaking, Obama DOJ official Mary McCord, part of General Flynn Coup, secretly worked with the January 6th committee's Red Team and Purple Team investigators. Quote, we're already starting to put together a team to think through the most damaging types of things Trump might do, end quote. They're building a team to undermine a future president of the United States. So let's just go through this NBC News report a little bit more in depth here, because it's absolutely bonkers and crazy. You can just kind of roll it here on the screen, Philip. America's commander-in-chief has vast powers at his disposal, some well-known, others not so much. Some lawmakers and pro-democracy advocates worried there may be nothing stopping a president from mobilizing the military to intervene in elections, police American streets, or quash domestic protests. Some lawmakers on Capitol Hill worry that Trump might invoke the Insurrectionist Act to involve the armed forces in the face of domestic protests, or if the midterm elections don't go his way. One of my favorite quotes, though, is from Senator Richard Blumenthal, is crafting a bill that would clarify the Insurrectionist Act and give Congress and courts some say in its use instead of the president. And chances of passage are slim, given that Republicans control the House and are largely loyal to Trump. And he says, Richard Blumenthal says, there are an array of horrors that could result from Donald Trump's unrestricted use of the Insurrection Act, Blumenthal said in an interview. A malignantly motivated president could use it in a vast variety of dictatorial ways unless at some point the military itself resisted what they deemed to be an unlawful order.
Absolutely.
I mean, it goes on and on and on in here.
But I do recall that this was part of the narrative in the 2016 campaign as well. They said that a lot of military people are telling high up media sources that they won't follow Trump's command because he's a blowhard and they don't like him. So they did try this before. This
Right.
is a repeat. Whether or not they're actually sources who are intending on doing it this time around is a different story.
Well, we already know Mark Milley did. We already know that related to the January 6th and even before that.
Yeah.
And Trump's ability to use nuclear weapons or have access to certain types of weapons, that the president, the commander in chief of the military. Under the Constitution of the United States, he is the commander in chief of the U.S. military. So when you have literally members of Congress, a loose-knit organization, Democrats and otherwise, who are saying they're going to wrest control of the military away from the commander in chief, that's not the United States of America. That is a coup.
Yes,
That
yes.
is something entirely different. The United States president has the power of the military. That's how it's always been. And by the way, wait a second. You're worried that the president of the United States might actually put American troops, American forces in the streets of the United States? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? In fact, for decades, the United States military was stationed at the U.S. southern border for decades. That's why people didn't come across the border. So what's wrong with actually stationing American troops at the southern border again? Would that be an insurrection? Would that be a violation of the Constitution? No, it's in the president's authority. And many, many Republican presidents and Democratic presidents have done so and used the U.S. military to protect our nation. What about having people, American forces, actually in the streets of America to protect our cities right now? Have you seen the crime wave that's sweeping our country? There's an idea. Would it be so bad, actually, to have American forces actually being used here at home instead of in Syria or in Yemen, for crying out loud, or being sent to Israel? We could use the National Guard, which is supposed to be here to guard nationally our country, here in the United States instead of being sent to Somalia, which is happening. It's just an idea. So they're so scared about that. I'm just kind of appalled at that idea. It's
Well, they'll call it racist. Like, oh, you're really just going to go out there to target brown people because we don't like anyone who is mean to brown people on American soil. We just love to kill them on their own soil.
Right.
So once you get to Somalia, we don't care about you and we'll gun you down, right? But here, anyone who's bad to you, we'll call racist.
It's unbelievable. William Cohen, of course, former Clinton administration official. Here's another great quote in this piece from NBC News. He's a clear and present danger to our democracy, says William Cohen, former Republican senator from Maine, defense secretary in the Clinton administration, who is not involved in the loose-knit network. So NBC has outed these people. His support is solid, and I don't think people understand what living in a dictatorship would mean. So NBC really has the information about what this loose-knit network of undermining military coup individuals is. Maybe they should come forward, because we've been told that the greatest threat to our democracy is white MAGA extremists. But here, NBC News is literally explaining that a threat to our democracy is a loose-knit group of liberal donors and groups and interest groups that are going to undermine our democracy. Maybe NBC News should call the FBI and give them the names of these individuals that are literally going to foment a coup in the United States.
Good idea.
They're probably so freaking busy right now still going after January 6th grandmas who drove by the Capitol that afternoon. I don't think I'm being hyperbolic here, but we were told the greatest threat to democracy are MAGA extremists. Here, NBC is telling us that there's a group that they know about that's trying to undermine our democracy and our Constitution. It's not just the United States deep state that works in lockstep it's not just us, it's the deep state that's also working in lockstep with the United Kingdom the UK government as well. Here's Sky News in England laying out the exact same claims about Trump. They released these reports almost simultaneously. Oh, do you think they're in collusion? Donald Trump re-election could threaten UK's national security, claims ex-MI6 boss. I mean, it's laughable. General Mike Flynn, who knows a thing or two about coup attempts to come after him, tweeted this: "The American people will not be fooled again. These people are the real danger to democracy." Hey, took the words out of my mouth. And they are supported by their rhino establishment counterparts who are all out to benefit themselves more than benefit our country. Important primaries happening across our country, starting with Iowa. Americans need to get out and vote in droves for America First candidates across the board. Let's overwhelm them where it still matters. Because Laura Logan, as I mentioned, has a theory as to who's running the deep state. So who's behind all of this? She seems to know. She says the deep state that's trying to stop the Trump operation, Q. Q is the highest level of security clearance. QAnon was created to discredit Q. The only way for people to see the whole truth is to unmask the Anons behind the QAnon. It's not General Flynn, that's for sure. My money is on Stan McChrystal and his team of operatives who have been running this operation out of his Arlington office for a few years. And your idea? And your idea? So this is what's happening. And, you know, as American voters and people who care deeply about the future of our country and what happens to the United States of America as a beacon of liberty and hope for the world, when you literally have the U.S. Constitution being undermined and and NBC News reporting on it with a group of individuals who plan to do it, I think it's time for us to, take action, do something about this.
In my opinion, this is an incitement of violence too, because they're saying that, they're doing the very same thing that they've accused Trump of doing out on his campaigning, which is inciting Americans. But like, what are they doing? They're saying that MAGA are extremists, and if this guy takes over the country, we're all doomed. I mean, that is an incitement of violence.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, let us know what you think about this in the chat. We got a lot of super chats on this tonight, so let me just take a few of them here. They are presenting the narrative. What needs to be done, should be done, is to arrest and charge those of the corrupt. The military would be used to arrest government officials guilty of corruption. Yelling dictator.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of other. Thank you for your super chats here. So I'm, really angry about this. As you can tell, reading this, it just makes me absolutely furious. And the double standard here is, it's unbelievable. To your point earlier about President Biden and what they've been trying to level against Trump for years, and they have no evidence of it. But what Biden is currently doing, they have full evidence of it. Where's the investigation? Where's the concern from liberals about what President Biden is doing? Going after political opponents. Are you worried about that at all? Are you concerned about that? Let us know in the comments below.
Again, we're not here to promote any one candidate, but when your narrative revolves around you lacking curiosity about holes in your stories, then you're doing a disservice. And that's what the journalists are doing right now. And by reporting this bit, that a Trump presidency would be handicapped because there are people who would not obey him, right? You are inciting, what is the word they use? Inciting insurrection. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
And so whoever is doing this is doing the same thing that we're accusing the Trump campaign of, the Trump camp.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. And as Americans, we should all be upset about this and worried about this, and make your votes count. Make sure you're voting and making sure that you're going out and being a part of this process right now and letting them know where you stand on this. They're freaking out clearly because they want Nikki Haley. And that's where the money is going right now. Let us know your thoughts on this. We've got more news to get to here on your Wednesday. We're going to look at why Europe wants Ukrainians booted out of their countries. European countries from Spain to the UK, all over the place. Germany, hey, come on in, Ukrainians. You're welcome here. You're welcome here, right? And now they're not. And they're being asked in many areas to get out, go back and fight. In fact, they're being called cowards by one European member of parliament. We'll tell you who that is, for not going back and fighting Putin. So we'll get to that in a moment. But first,
we want to tell you about our friends over at Nom Nom Now. Let's talk about cuter things, more adorable things like your family pet. Because if the people fighting were not all in on accepting Ukrainian refugees, not anymore. Now we want to round them up like cattle and send them to the front lines to die. Here is MP Jack Madison from Estonia saying so in Parliament this week.
Last week, we had the honor to welcome Mr. Zelensky in Tallinn, and he said very clearly, they need men. They need more men because thousands of men have died, also from the Ukrainian side. But in Europe, we have almost 800,000 Ukrainian men who have illegally, breaking the Ukrainian laws, escaped from Ukraine as cowards. And we need to help Ukraine with those men and also with a military aid, that they will not die in Ukraine, that they will fight for Ukraine and they will win this war.
Wow. So wait a minute. Wait. We need to round up these men in Europe, and we need to also make sure they won't die, but we need to send them to fight. You can follow the logic here. We need to round up these men in Europe that we gave safe haven to, and we need to send them back, but we need to make sure they don't die, but we do need to send them to the front lines to fight for Ukraine.
Well, that logic doesn't work because everyone who's already gone there is dead.
Right.
And so you wouldn't need them if the people fighting were not already dying.
Yeah, he's making the point that Zelensky was here saying, we need men. We're out of men. We need men.
Yeah.
Where'd they go? They go on vacation.
Good afternoon.
Why doesn't that guy strap on some boots and go out? Because politicians are still selling this lie about the war in Ukraine, which we're going to go over again, all the lies. Liar numero uno this week at the Davos World Economic Forum is NATO head Jens Stoltenberg. He is lying loudly. And I'm going to let him tell you all these lies, and then I'm just going to list them because it's just too easy.
Of armed vehicles, hundreds of planes. This is something that matters for Russia and for ordinary Russians. Their economy is struggling. They are paying a high economic price. They are paying a high political price. They're more politically isolated, also in the near abroad, in Caucasus and Central Asia. And so what we can do is not to predict with certainty what will happen, but what we can do is to just maximize the likelihood that at some stage President Putin will understand that to continue this war will have a too high price. And then at some stage, he has to sit down and negotiate some kind of just lasting peace where Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent nation. And the paradox is that if we want that to happen, a peaceful, just end to this war, the way to get there is more weapons to Ukraine. So the more credible we are in our military support, the more likely it is that the diplomats will succeed. Because what happens around the negotiating table with diplomats is so closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. There are no indications that Putin is planning for peace now, but he will when he realizes that we will not give up, that we have the military strength to support Ukraine, and then he will sit down and the diplomats can.
So Albert Einstein,
armed vehicles, hundreds of planes.
Okay.
So Albert Einstein, said insanity is doing something over and over again and expecting a different result, right?
Right. What makes me mad about that is not that they're just repeating lies and expecting the same thing. It's that everyone in the room allowed it. No one stood up and said, those are lies. I'm going to do it, but I wasn't invited and I wasn't in the room. I don't imagine that anyone who knows the truth would not want to do what I'm about to do. So let me go through it. Sir, you're lying. Let me give you 3 examples. First one, the Russian economy is not suffering. Last year at this same Davos panel, you jerks said that the Russian economy would contract by 6%. It didn't. It grew by 3.5%. That's lie number 1. So that pressure point that you're promising us is non-existing. Number 2, Russia is losing more lives than Ukraine. False, so demonstrably false. Ukraine has lost so many young men now that the average age of their soldier is 43, and they have to close universities because the college-age men are dead.
Old men
And
like
then
me out
lie
there.
number 3,
It's crazy.
the paradox, he says, if we want peace, we have to get more war and war weapons. That is so idiotic, I don't even have to point out why that's a lie. It has not worked out that way, and we are almost 2 years into the special military operation. Now, another thing he lied about, he lied when he said that Ukraine was winning. This is a bonus lie. I know I only promised you 3.
right.
I'm on the 4th one. I cannot let that go. Ukraine is not winning. So let's just go over a short history and revision of the map of why. Ukraine has been attacking the ethnic Russian area of the Donbass since the 2014 Maidan coup in order to shut down people who opposed Ukraine aligning with the West. They did that in Crimea too, but Russia came in,
Under
pushed
Barack
back
Obama.
the Ukrainian attackers, and offered Crimea a chance to join Russia after a vote, which Crimea overwhelmingly voted for in the Obama administration, then lied to us and called it an illegal annexation. Wasn't illegal, those people chose it. Meanwhile, the people in the Donbass were hoping they would get the same offer for 10 years. Look at this Time magazine article from 2014 telling us that the people there were waiting in Ukraine for Russia to offer them the same deal as Crimea. The IMF at the time warned Ukraine to stop attacking these people since 2014 because it was costing them $1 million per day. Look at this article from 2015. We have known that Ukraine has been attacking these people for 10 years. So in 2022, the mayors of those regions asked Russia to come in, offer them the same thing as Crimea, protection and annexation. And that happened. The special military operation happened after Russian parliament chose this, not Vladimir Putin on a personal whim. That's another lie. And then in September of 2022, those people did overwhelmingly vote to join Russia, which we knew they wanted for a decade. Russia has never said that they wanted all of Ukraine. So when Jens Stoltenberg says, well, it's a win because Russia doesn't have Ukraine, Ukraine is still sovereign, they never wanted it. That's a lie. And again, they're selling us a fear that Russia wants to take over the whole world. So Ukraine fighting, making people die, forcing people to take land back that doesn't want to be a part of Ukraine, that they've been abusing for 10 years. And we're using our tax money and weapons to support that. So what is it that they've won? Well, here's a map of the war since the counteroffensive started last June. You can see they have not taken back any land, all those lives lost, and it looks the same today as it did about 18 months ago.
And it's trillions of dollars worth of resources where Russia done just annexed. And I've taught on it on my previous channels and showed y'all that Hitler wanted this same land because the fertile soil, some of the best soil you can get. Hitler was shipping some of this soil back to Germany because how good things can grow in this particular land. They done found all kind of stuff, right? But they've been knew it was that, but it's trillions of dollars. So it is $1 trillion plus for Russia.
Months ago. So when Stoltenberg says that Ukraine is winning, that is a huge lie. This week, Ukrainian commander Alexander Syrsky said that his troops are now on this active defense mode. That's what they're calling it. They're going to sell us this. It's not a counteroffensive because we're not going to get that land back, but it's active defense. So basically to keep Russia on their toes, we're just going to keep hanging out at that border I showed you. Active defense. So no matter how you sell it, it's still a pointless war based on so many lies. And now that's why they're telling us that disinformation is the biggest problem in the world. At Davos, they also said, bigger than anything else, not war, not famine, not climate change, is disinformation, because they need a direct route to keep selling you lies. Here is another liar in chief, Ursula von der Leyen, telling us.
It's in her name.
Right, von der Leyen, that this is such a big problem. She says specifically for business, which I guess she means is the business of war and lies. Watch.
For the global business community, the top concern for the next 2 years is not conflict or climate. It is disinformation and misinformation. followed closely by polarization within our societies. These risks are serious because they limit our ability to tackle the big global challenges we are facing. Changes in our climate and our geopolitical climate, shifts in our demography and in our technology, spiraling regional conflicts and intensified geopolitical competition and their impacts on supply chains. The sobering reality is that we are once again competing more intensely across countries than we have in several decades. And this makes the theme of this year's Davos meeting even more relevant: rebuilding trust. This is not a time for conflicts or polarization. This is a time to build trust. This is a time to drive global collaboration more than ever before. This requires immediate and structural responses to match the size of the global challenges. I believe it can be done.
Oh, good.
Okay, she does.
So misinformation is the greatest threat that these countries face. I feel it every
Which
day.
is funny 'cause
when I wake up in the morning, I feel that misinformation and I worry about it for my family.
I like this comment from General Buck in the chat. I agree. Their disinformation is a problem. Go ahead, Philip.
Well, I like that she prefaced it with the business community, because like what business is fear, what business fears misinformation, what they consider misinformation or information. It's not Lego. Nobody's got, it's like Lego is not like, oh man, people are saying bad things about us. It's usually more sinister corporations like the biopharmaceuticals, the military industrial complex. Yeah, they definitely fear information, but the majority of businesses don't.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
yeah, I mean, when Pfizer is definitely concerned about it. GlaxoSmithKline, Johnson & Johnson.
The businesses that support me, basically.
Right. Yeah, the ones that literally where she made millions of dollars off of pushing additional vaccines and so forth in Europe and on and on. So those businesses, that's what she's really concerned about.
Right. So let us know what you think of all of these mountains of lies. Do you see them going through your feed on X or in other places? Do you see them for the blatant lies that they are? Do you see now the hypocrisy of all of the Western countries that took in Ukrainian refugees and now want to send them back to die based on a lie? I don't know how many times I've said lie. If you were taking shots when I did that, you would be super drunk. But that was a segment full of lies.
So we see they want to rig the election. The military is plotting a coup d'etat, so they won't have to listen to Trump because they want war. War is the plan. The Zionists want war. So let's hear. Joe Biden is panicking. He can't beat the man. So what's taking place here?
A little bit. I'm really curious to hear what you think about Biden, Biden and the DNC, honestly, writing off New Hampshire, bypassing it, changing their process such that South Carolina comes first, basically to rig the primary because they know that Iowa and New Hampshire actually didn't choose Biden last time. And Iowa gave them the perfect excuse. They're like, oh, well, it was such a shit show last time. We have to bypass it. But that didn't mean you had to bypass New Hampshire, where Biden conveniently got 5th place. But South Carolina, where we have a large elderly Black population, which votes very, very differently than.
Now, see what he's saying? Biden and DNC also rigged the election, bypassing Iowa. White people don't want Biden. They tired of his shit. So he, once again, the Boule and some of our civil rights elders in South Carolina is where they're trying to get Biden started off at, so it can look like the Black vote is behind them. We still on the plantation. This is BS.
than Iowa and New Hampshire. Yeah, let's just throw it to them because of racism or whatever. Well, now though, it seems, even though the New Hampshire primary will continue, let's put this please up on the screen, the Biden team, look, it seems to be panic in a certain way.
Yeah.
They are now instituting, after Dean Phillips has announced his candidacy, a quote, weird write-in campaign where they want Biden to win New Hampshire, but they don't want to seem as if they are all that invested in him winning. Because Biden, by trying to end the quote 100-year involved, but they still really, really want him to win because it would be embarrassing, which it would be embarrassing for you to lose to Dean Phillips, to Marianne Williamson, or previously RFK Jr., who had been vying for, if we think about the RFK Jr. case before he went independent, when he was in the Democratic Party, his entire thing was New Hampshire, because that was the one place where Biden's not competing. He's literally not there. And if RFK was able to win for 40, 50, or whatever percent, that would have been humiliating. And the media would have had to treat that as a story. In this case, now we've got Dean Phillips, who's got, some momentum. It's unclear exactly how much. They seem to be pulling like a fast one, both trying to tell the media, New Hampshire primary doesn't matter, all of this, Biden challengers, they're fake. That's why they're rigging the whole election process in the rest of these states. But now they also do want to win to try and save face in terms of their headlines.
Basically, by being so heavy-handed in trying to rig the Democratic primaries, they screwed themselves. They really screwed themselves. They thought New Hampshire would fold and would just get in line. And then they would be able to have the, exact state order that they want, that they thought was ideal for Joe Biden. But they didn't think through the fact that, number one, this is like a point of pride and a source of identity and money, by the way, for the Democratic Party in New Hampshire. They didn't want to let this go easily. And the other thing is the New Hampshire Constitution says that they go first in the nation. And New Hampshire is not run by Democrats. It's run by Republicans. Right. So even if they wanted to change it, they're not in control to change it. So they're saying, okay, we have to abide by our state laws. So we're going forward with this primary, whether you're participating or not. So that's what put Joe Biden in this quandary of like, okay, well, since the DNC isn't sanctioning this thing, and in fact, they're penalizing the candidates in the state, if whoever wins the state isn't going to get any delegates. So Biden can't put his name on the ballot. So they have to do this write-in effort. But they're also worried that, all of this anti-Biden sentiment that is very clear within the Democratic Party, where people really feel like they want another alternative, and which has been amplified and exacerbated by the fact that so many young people are disgusted with his unconditional support for Israel's all-out assault on Gaza. That has opened them up to a very precarious situation. They don't want to be seen as spending any money in New Hampshire. So the state party, which is, by the way, incredibly pissed at the DNC and incredibly pissed at Joe Biden, they've sort of begrudgingly taken up this effort. It's a very low dollar amount in terms of presidential politics that they put into this write-in effort. And it's a real wild card what's going to happen here, because it's hard to poll, right? How do you poll what's going to happen in a write-in campaign? Are you asking people, okay, here's your options that are on the ballot, Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson, or some other write-in? Are you sort of like pushing them with the fact that you can write in Joe Biden? Are people going to be aware that that's the case? I just think it's even more difficult to predict what will happen. Keep this straight. Kept New Hampshire at the front of the line, as it's always been in terms of the first primary. Joe Biden was going to win. He was going to win. He's winning in every other state. Absolutely. He would win in New Hampshire. And even, maybe somebody would do a little bit better than they're going to do in other states. But because they are so concerned and so nervous and so overly controlling to actually having real democracy and letting people have a say and like go to the ballot box and actually pick, they have opened themselves up to a vulnerability. So
civil rights coons should feel real bad about themselves, to where the Democratic Party feel that whites can't help him, like I've been saying. So they like to hell with New Hampshire. We don't give a damn about New Hampshire. We don't give a damn about none of that shit. We starting off in South Carolina because that's where our house niggas at. They're going to give us a big lead, make us look like we're a strong president. They're going to be shoe shining and book dancing. That's really sick, because they like, who can we count on? But they didn't say, oh, let's go to Arizona or Nevada, or let's start off in California and bring out our strong Latino vote. No, they didn't do that. South Carolina, because they count on the civil rights coon to make Joe Biden look good. That's crazy.
So I genuinely don't know what's going to happen in New Hampshire for Democrats. We can put this next one up on the screen. I mean, the polls have been, again, a little bit all over the map, I think, in particular, because it's very difficult to poll this write-in situation. But there was a poll that had Dean Phillips at 26%. That's not nothing. I think even that level of support is embarrassing for an incumbent president versus a guy. I mean, nobody knows who Dean Phillips is, right? I mean, we've interviewed him here. We know who he is, but he's a random congressman that the overwhelming majority of the country has no idea who he is. And the media has gone to great lengths to make sure nobody knows who he is. They've done the same thing, obviously, to Marianne Williamson. And then you couple that with there's also a new effort to write in just the word ceasefire on the ballot to try to send a message to Joe Biden. I mean, I think probably the more effective way to send a message to vote for one of his actual opponents who's on the ballot. I think Dean and Marianne at this point both support a ceasefire and have some differences from Joe Biden on their policy towards Israel. But that just adds another factor, motivating young people to go out and send some sort of a signal against Joe Biden. So it makes it a little more interesting than Iowa. Nothing happened for Democrats, but it makes it a little more interesting than some of the other states.
It's more interesting because we genuinely have no idea. I mean, like you said, it's already difficult to poll a write-in. Number two, people aren't spending any money on polling the Democratic race. We have one, maybe two.
Yeah,
at this point, it's, super PACs are the only ones with any cash. I mean, if we look to history and we think about, a competitive primary, even a sitting president, the last time this happened was 1980 election. Jimmy Carter only won 47% in the New Hampshire primary. Ted Kennedy actually got 37% of the vote. So let's say that Dean Phillips gets 26-30. I mean, that's a serious contender. But I could flip it and again just point to, if Biden had any confidence in himself, he would do what Carter did and you would try and crush your opponent in the primary.
Yeah.
Carter maintains he has some cope where he's like, well, Ted Kennedy really hurt me going into the election. I'm like, dude, Ted Kennedy was the least of your problems whenever it was going into the 1980 election against Ronald Reagan. It's not that it didn't cost too much money. Money wasn't your problem. The thing is, I actually think it helped him, having read a little bit about it. He had to hone his message, both in terms of getting people to come out for vote for him, and he was in fighting shape. If we'll remember Obama's first debate against Romney, disaster.
Yeah.
And the reason why was, what did all the people around him say? He's out of practice. He hasn't run for office in a long time. He's like, he kind of forgot that you need to make a case. His second debate was very, very different. He tried to reform his professorial tone and getting angry. That was the real Obama. Was the only time we ever really saw him was in that first debate. And then he put the mask back on. But the point is that, it's healthy. It's good for you. It actually can make you better at overall running for office. There's also just a question about the media in this primary. We talked and looked previously, Vivek Ramaswamy was saying like, oh, look, they're leaving me out of polls and they're not putting my face on the screen. You and I are familiar with this going back to the Yang Gang, how many times Andrew Yang was left off, how many times he was either blackballed or not mentioned by the media. I mean, in the case of Dean Phillips, there's some crazy stuff, actually. Let's put this up there. So Dean Phillips says that he has not been on MSNBC a single time since he has announced his candidacy. Phillips here, this was an interview with Politico. He says he may as well be calling in from the sidewalk outside of the Capitol Hill studio. He can watch fancy guests come and go, hoping in vain for Chris Hayes, Joy Reid, or Jen Psaki to just bring him in from the cold. He says, quote, right-wing media has actually been more than invitational. By contrast, I don't think there's an MSNBC viewer that even knows I'm a congressman, because that is what is being portrayed in design to prevent that education. Now, look, let's be clear. He doesn't have a right to go on MSNBC. But then there's a question with MSNBC. They're not stupid. They know they run the table in terms of elite Democratic opinion. You can't even have the guy on one time. So according to them, the Phillips campaign, they said that they had 2 previously scheduled appearances. This was actually on CNN. Then both of them were subsequently canceled.
Yeah.
MSNBC has not even reached out to the man. You have interviewed him twice. And it's like, it's not that hard. You can just text him, people.
Yeah.
And
it's very available.
Let's think about this, from their low-rated shows, even and all that. Joy Reid or any of these other people. What the hell else are they covering on the show? Why pretend? Just have him on. You can even be confrontational as you were. Dean, look, I'm going to give him credit. He sat there and he took it. You know, you went back and forth with you guys. That's pretty rare, actually, for people who are running for president. I actually can't think of a better thing than to have somebody on like that, especially if you're Jen Psaki or someone. Challenge him to his face. What's the issue with that? They seem to be terrified at even opening the door, which is a huge mistake. It's a lot of disdain for the viewer because a lot of these viewers, they love Joe Biden. Or if they don't love Joe Biden, they're going to be offended because they're much more institutionalist than anybody would even challenge him. So by airing him, they more likely would turn people towards the Biden campaign. But at the very least, like, you got to let people talk. There's just no reason you shouldn't.
I guarantee calls went in from Biden World to MSNBC. And to CNN, and I'm sure to other places as well. I mean, that's why he's getting booked on CNN and then canceled.
Yeah.
That's why the invitation is not even getting extended to MSNBC. And the way this works is someone in Biden world calls the president of the network and says, listen, we don't want this guy on your air. And if he does, you're not getting your interviews with the president. You're not getting your interviews with Kamala Harris or whoever it is that they want access to. It's not happening. And so that's the way this game works. And, you know, I saw it when I was at MSNBC and I did critical commentary of Hillary Clinton before she was going to run in 2016. And someone from Clinton World called the network. And that's basically exactly the message sent in no uncertain terms. So that's the way that this game is played. It's disgusting. It's not journalism. It's, you know, it's anti-democratic, especially for these networks, CNN and MSNBC, that pretend they care so much about democracy. And think about it on CNN too. They did town halls with all of the Republican contenders, even the ones that were polling at like 3%. They gave them plenty of airtime. They gave them plenty of exposure. So even if you look at the poll numbers here and you're like, oh, well, Marianne's not polling that high or Dean's not polling that high, they're polling high, a lot higher than some of the people they put on air for these town halls and gave them, you know, plenty of space and whatever. They've just decided to pretend there are no options on the Democratic side. And I'll tell you, Sagar, it's very clear from the way the Biden people have reacted, they fear that his support is a house of cards. Now, is it really a house of cards? I don't know. But they clearly are worried about that. And there's a reason for them. I'm not sure that they're wrong, I guess is what I'll say. If you genuinely had Dean Phillips, who I think presents himself reasonably well in interviews, even in, you know, a confrontational or like contentious interview like I had with him a couple of times, he comes across well, he's able to handle himself. And they're worried that if MSNBC viewers actually internalize there is another option here, basically like generic Democrat is actually on the table for me to choose, that they may go ahead and choose that option. And I'm not 100% sure that they're incorrect about that.
They may look, I don't know. I actually do think Biden probably would prevail in a quote unquote primary as it's currently constituted. Just because I think a lot of viewers or a lot of voters are comfortable and, you know,
especially being an incumbent is a huge advantage. Huge advantage.
Yes, that's right. That said, you know, there's no reason not to give him a shot. And I think your point that you made was fantastic. Is if frickin' Tim Scott gets a town hall,
thank you.
Dean
Now, Kamala Harris decided to bring her Indian American behind out here. Y'all remember that now? She's the first. And remember the Prime Minister of India came over here and said that, you know, that's their beloved Indian girl, and they laughed and they clapped. So, but now she's coming out and she got something to say about the black vote. So let's see what she got to say.
Well, so now on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we got to talk about your vice president, Kamala Harris, you know, the famous vice president that told black folks this.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
You know, that vice president of yours, you know, she made some comments about the black vote. But before we get to your favorite vice president of the United States of America, let's get to your president. Now, a lot of you coming to the chat and a lot of you Democrat shills, you talk about we got to get out there and vote for Joe Biden. Joe Biden is just the best person for the job. Oh, America is so much better because Joe Biden is in office, right? Well, Joe Biden has issues way beyond politics at this point. We talked about this on African Diaspora, but I want to play a clip of a video that just, you know, people had posted. And you tell me if you want the man in this video, Joe Biden, to be your next president. Let's go ahead and roll that clip. So as you saw in that video, once his wife left, he was lost. He was confused. He was looking around. And you're looking at the way he's walking. Anyone who's been around their grandparents that dealt with those issues and got to that stage in life, not all people at his age get to that point. They got people that's in their 90s and they sharper than any person that's 23 years old. So it's not about his age per se. It's about his overall health and his, cognitive health. And what we're seeing is this man is not up for the job, y'all. This man can be easily manipulated by whoever. They even, charge people for doing things against the elderly, manipulating them to do things, manipulating them to sign things, etc. We know this. It's called elder abuse, right? This man clearly needs to go home. He needs to go back to Delaware, get with his doctor, not be stressed out about the country and all of that. He don't need that at this point. No matter what we say about him politically, that man's confused. And America's enemies and everybody else that's trying to do things to this country, this is their time. I just saw a news report about at the border in Mexico, they got a line of Russian males trying to come into the country. Every man in the world trying to come to this country because they got plans to do things to this country. These men that's coming in here aren't just poor workers and they just want a better life. No, a lot of these men coming in here are military people. A lot of them are, part of sleeper cells. Right, and during this administration, we have had no security. This man don't know what he's doing. He just don't. He got his good days, with your grandfather, right? He had his good days. He's straight. He's good. Then he's like that. Then look at the way he's walking. I mean, the man, how many times have we seen the man fall up the stairs, fall down? We constantly seen this. This man does not need to do this job. And anybody go out there voting for that man, seeing this video, listen, it's not me making it up. I don't make this stuff up. I just show you. And even for Kamala herself not to be saying something. But they toe the line because it's all about power for them. It's not even about Joe Biden's health. Listen, I guess one of Joe Biden's good days, he said there's other people that can beat Trump. Okay, fine. Where's all those Democrats that can beat Trump? Because if you actually cared about the country so much, Democrats, you would say, you know what? Biden needs to go deal with his health issues and put up another Democrat to run against Trump. Let's call it what it is. We've seen the Iowa caucus. Trump blew him away, right? And they looked at the two issues that people in Iowa said why they voted was because the immigration, migrant crisis, and the economy. That's the two things. And black folks saying the same thing. This migrant crisis and the economy. All that other side stuff, when we deal with that later, that's the two things you're worried about. Your back pocket and people coming in here to take money out of your back pocket. Now, let's get to Kamala, because see, Kamala don't take things seriously. She don't at all. So let's go on and start with her. So he said Kamala had attempted to tamp down concerns President Joe Biden's campaign is struggling to win black votes, a key constituency behind his 2020 election win. Now, after watching that video, it's not just black folk that's looking at him like, on top of the other mess that he done. Now, she said, we've done really good work. Our challenge would be to let people know who brung it to them. That's what she said.
Kamala Harris has zero pull in the black community, and we definitely going to show her as that. Greek freak divine now, Boule, sorority sister. She got some goddamn gall, Indian American lady.
In an interview, when you do good things, people will know it, right? Prime example. If you do a stimulus, they know what president signed off on it. They know. You don't have to go tell people, hey, I did this for you. I did it. Because if you did it, it will be evident in their life and they'll be talking about it, right? But Vice President Harris, why don't you go talk to the Asian community? I'm going to keep saying that. Y'all ran, as soon as Biden got in there, he was still in his good days. when he got in there, he signed that Asian hate crime bill. Why aren't y'all posted up in Chinatown talking to them? Now, they continue to say black voters have been a crucial block throughout the president's political career, turning out strong for Biden during, let's say, the 2020 Democratic primaries in South Carolina, which helped catapult him to clinch his party's nomination and subsequently the presidency. Yeah, but at that time, what were we going through? George Floyd. A lot of people was upset at the time with Trump. So that's why a lot of people came out to vote for Biden. It's not that people were so excited about Biden. It's just he came in at the right time with all that. And of course, you know, they were fear mongering on top of that. And they was talking about, oh, we're going to do something about the police. And then when the Democrats got in, they do nothing about the police. Biden didn't have his, you know, police accountability commission. He got rid of that. Talking about Congress needs to do that. You know, so he, everything he said to get in there, he just straight lied. Now, they continue to say, but polling has shown that while black voters strongly support Biden in a hypothetical matchup against his potential future opponent, former President Donald Trump, support for him has been waning, a sign that it's a black voters may be disaffected at the prospect of voting for Biden again. Now, Harris acknowledged communicating the campaign's message to black voters who might be inclined to sit it out 2024. They say would pose a challenge. Now, y'all remember, of the last election, the word was, hey, sit it out. Everybody, oh no, we can't sit it out. We can't sit it out. And you know, the sitting out popularity started with the grassroots. Now, the mainstream is acknowledging the couch. They're acknowledging sit it out 2024. They're acknowledging that because they know that a good portion of black people is going to sit it out. And go ask Sheila Jackson Lee what happens when black folks sit it out. Go ask her. She'll tell you. See, she would have been the mayor of Houston if black folks didn't choose the couch. Black folks chose the couch, and Sheila Jackson Lee behind got beat so bad by John Whitmer. Now John Whitmer is the mayor of Houston. Now, that's what happens when black folks sit out. The Democrats cannot win anything without black people, because every other community, their votes are split. Democrat, Republican split. White community, Hispanic community, Asians, all they vote is split. Black people are the only block they had to say we vote in a block. And you didn't pissed off your voting block by not doing nothing for them. You can't scare us about Trump. You can't scare us about democracy. What freaking democracy? What democracy? A democracy means we have a voice. We said so many times, reparations in the form of cash payments. We said so many times, an anti-black hate crime bill. We've said so many times, get rid of qualified immunity for these race soldiers. We've said that so many times. Hey, investigate the banks and see how they do black folks with business loans and home loans. Y'all don't do any of that. How is it these migrants will come over here and put a business in a black community where black folks can't put a business in their own communities? Well, we know the game now. The government is giving them all kind of money. We never knew how it worked, but we know now. We know y'all just coming up with money all over the place to give the migrants, no matter where they come from. That's why they're putting up businesses in the black community, because the white community say, you're not bringing yourself over here. You better go over there to that black community and set your business up. And we see you. We see you 100%. So that's why I say, okay, if you don't want to do nothing for black people, fine. You don't have to. That's your right. Well, black folks are just going to choose the couch. Or some black folks will vote Trump. That's really the options. And like I told y'all before, I'm good with either one, just as long as you don't reward the Democrats, because the Democrats have really done enough to black people. They've done enough. And it's time for them to see how it feels when we don't really show up, like in Louisiana. Black folks didn't show up over there, and that's why Sean Wilson didn't get the vote either. If black folks would have showed up for Sean Wilson, he'd probably be the governor of Louisiana right now. The majority of people in Louisiana, got to remember, only 27% of people voted who was eligible to vote in that Louisiana election. And the majority of black folks did not vote in that election. And that's why they scared. And that's why you see them more and more talking about the sitting it out deal is because that's what people are doing. They're tired. Then Biden got so much against him. He got that Israel-Hamas thing. You got South Africa at the International Criminal Court taking Israel to court, which the mainstream media don't want to show that. You should see all the countries in the world that's behind South Africa in agreement with them. And then you see only 4 or 5 countries in support of Israel, which is United States, UK, Canada, a couple others. All white countries, basically white ran countries. So Biden then not only pissed off black folk, but he pissed off the Muslim community who don't even want to. He talking about he gonna go over there to Michigan and talk to them. They don't want to talk to him. They say you will not waste your time. Talk for what? What is there to talk about? So they choosing the couch, or they may choose Trump, but they definitely not choosing Biden. Young people are upset with him because he didn't do what he said he was going to do. He did all this promising about student loan debt and all the other stuff he promised. He didn't do that, on top of the young people that is upset about that war. And he's trying to get it. I don't know, y'all been paying attention. The United States been bombing Yemen and been bombing this and bombing that. And they just been talking about the military recruiting is down. It's real down. And I'm telling y'all, them geriatrics in Washington, they going to institute a draft. They keep on not hitting their goals, and they keep on ratcheting things up. So if you don't want a military draft, you got to get the warmongers out. See, when Trump was in office, at least we didn't get involved in no new wars. I'll say that. But you let Biden and them get back in there. They warmongers. They make money off of war. You better believe that. They will institute the draft. Listen, them people in Washington don't care about your kids. They don't care about you because they're not going to go fight a war. You will. All that Mitch McConnell, Republicans, Chuck Schumer, Democrats, all of them, they're not going. AOC, she's not going to war. What's the speaker? Mike Johnson, he's not going to war. But all of them are both to send you to war. You got to think about that. Because, see, the Democrat shields are not talking about all this stuff that's going on in the Middle East. They don't tell you about that. And all this stuff is starting to spread out to other countries now and all of that. So your geopolitics outside just your American politics is just as important as domestic politics. And then we got all these foreigners in here now. Facts. Who got all these allegiances to somewhere else. Who's to say that some of these people from Yemen that's here may not start attacking Americans? Because Biden and them led the whole world in the country with no checks and balances. Let's continue. Sister girl Kamala said you got to earn the votes. It's saying the votes are going to be earned based on one in a re-elect. He said, have you actually responded to the needs of the community? She added. He said, we have done the work that has been about bringing down unemployment, Black unemployment, to some of the lowest numbers we've ever seen. And say what we've done on student loan debt, we have now raised student loan debt for over 3.5 million people. And with more to do, so we've delivered. The same lady said this again.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
Yeah, so stop talking about Black people, Kamala. Now, she continues to say, but the responsibility to get across, that's why I'm out here. We have a responsibility to communicate. You haven't been communicating about nothing. Biden put you in charge of the border, and you ain't done a thing about that doggone border. Not a thing. And that is the problem, Kamala. That is the major problem. You're supposed to be the border czar, and you were not down there at the border. You're not doing a freaking thing. So please, why people gonna believe you? Now, they say Biden traveled last week, to the South Carolina and speaking at the Mother Mary AME Church in Charleston. Of course, we know Dylan Roof, had took the lives of 9 Black people in 2015, which was a horrible terrorist attack that happened against our community. You say warned about the threat of white supremacy and extremism, and how that threat could fester under a second Trump term. The greatest threat we have right now is the migrant crisis, letting these military-age men from countries all over the world, nobody being vetted, coming across. That's actually a great threat. I'm not saying white supremacy is not a threat. That's an ever-present threat worldwide, not just in America, but worldwide. You haven't done nothing about white supremacy when you're in office. So stop trying to throw white supremacy at black folk and say, "Oh, the white supremacists gonna get you," and you won't do nothing about it. Because you know why? The white supremacists don't threaten you, sir. They don't. You on a team with them. You've been on the team with them. So stop playing games. And they continue to say, and how that threat could fester under a second Trump term, as we said earlier. Biden said at that time, the word of God was pierced by bullets of hate and rage, propelled by not just a gunpowder, but by a poison. It's a poison that for too long haunted this nation. He continued to say, what is that poison? White supremacy, all that is a poison throughout our nation's history. He said it ripped the nation apart. He said, this has no place in America, not today, tomorrow, or ever. I say in the wake of that speech, Kamala Harris hinted, it said that the campaign will ramp up its offensive against Trump as the 2024 general election ramps up. She said, I am of the school that you either run without an opponent or you run scared. It said, I have learned that to be a fact, and that is the way that I feel about any election. So absolutely not. You can't take anything for granted, and we have a duty or responsibility to earn this reelect. You have not earned anything, because if you were doing right by the people, you wouldn't have to talk about earning it. It'll be all in the bag for you, right? But this is what happened when you don't do nothing for black people. See, your whole campaign and your whole presidency has been prioritizing everybody else but America, right? You definitely had a policy of prioritizing people from the second and third world, bringing them in, creating a migrant crisis. So much so these people that have came over here and telling black folk, no money for you, you're lazy. Y'all created that problem. The economy has went to hell when y'all got in. And one thing Americans are just not going to stand for is to allow their way of living to go down, at least willing. Now, of course, our way of life have went down because these exorbitant prices, home prices are through the roof. You're talking about, oh, well, the price is up and we can't, man, look, the prices will come back down very easily, very, very easily. You like say, listen, these people, don't let these people make you think that they can't bring prices down, that they can't put in laws and regulations to bring prices down. They can do it. They can do it if they really wanted to, but they don't want to, because you have to understand, the worst court case that ever happened was the Citizens United decision, what allowed corporations to donate to political campaigns. When they said corporations are people too, because at one point in time, corporations couldn't donate to political campaigns. But after that decision, your Exxon Mobils can donate tens of millions of dollars to a Biden. And what they do, they'll donate to Biden and they'll donate to Trump. That's what they do. So it don't matter what person wins, they win. That's what the people like the Koch brothers and all of them do. It don't matter who win. They both going to put money in their back pocket to try to get, laws or something changed for them, or some tax or something. They going to do something. And if you really want a radical change in America, you would have to get rid of that Citizens United decision. You would have to ban lobbying and lobbyists, because that's like bribing, literally, because the American people don't have that up there. You have foreign nations that have lobbyists as lobbying our senators and Congress people for different things. So it's just a big mess. And, it's a lot of things that do need to be changed in this country. Like it's a lot. But we as a nation, and I'm mostly talking to, Gen Xers, I'm talking to millennials, I'm talking to Gen Z. We literally have to change America. America can't stay the way it is if you want to keep the country. Now, if you don't want to keep the country, you're like, I'm good. But the majority of you don't want to go nowhere. So since the majority of you don't want to go anywhere, the country going to have to change. It's going to have to change for the 21st century. We can't keep living off of this old way of doing things, this electoral college crap, not having health care, charging all this god awful amount of money for school, college. I mean, it's stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's so stupid at this point. When you got other countries that got free healthcare, and yet we don't have it. Like, seriously, so a lot of things gonna have to change. You got to put aside, your bias and differences or whatever if you want to change. Because, like I said, some people, they have the ability to leave America if it gets so bad, but a lot of you don't. A lot of you don't even leave your city, and that's crazy to stay in the city your whole life and never leave it. But that's the life of some people. They never leave their state. Some people never even seen the majority of states in the United States. I'm not saying you got to live there, but shoot, go there for a couple of days, see it. Say, oh yeah, I've been there, or whatever. I mean, you'll see what you like, see what you don't like. Like me personally, some of them northern states, I'm talking about the ones that don't have a lot of people that look like us. Yeah, I was cool on that real quick. I mean, the food ain't the same. The food not good. It just, I'm not saying nobody treated me bad, but I'm just saying that, I'm used to the South. I'm used to the South, and but I can visit anywhere though. I can visit anywhere. You got them places like Maine and Vermont and all them kind of places. It's like, that's why a lot of us don't live up there. It's just not our people and not our culture. But Kamala think that they're a better option. I'm telling you, just what I know with black people, the couch is going to win the election with black people. Because I'm just being realistic. It don't matter if Trump got 30% of the black vote. The couch is going to win the election with black people. The couch. I'm just being real. The couch. Some black folks gonna come and vote Biden, but the way it's looking, the couch is the best place for them. The couch is comfortable. The couch isn't cussing them out. The couch isn't condemning them. And the couch is theirs. And at least they ain't got to worry about a hostile migrant messing with them on their couch. So if enough black folks sit on the couch, Trump will win anyway. And then we all know what Trump will do. Trump say he gonna have the largest deportation event in American history. He already talking about it. So if Biden stays on the ticket, I guarantee you the couch is gonna win. Now, if they pull a Hail Mary and they put somebody else in there, we'll see. But I seriously doubt it because the Democrats, they'll go down in flames to stay on, what they own. But yeah, the couch, I really believe the couch is going to win.
The Houthis have, surprise, surprise, continued to attack U.S. ships and other commercial vessels in the Red Sea, even after we struck, and actually we conducted additional strikes in Yemen, illegal strikes in Yemen against their facilities and their weapons capacity. Clearly hasn't slowed them down one bit. Let's put this up on the screen. The Houthis hit a U.S. ship. This was after the U.S. took this additional step, which I think the Houthis probably rightly see as like fairly meaningless, as designating them as a terror organization. The Houthi group said they hit the Genco Picardy bulk carrier with missiles, which resulted in a direct hit. U.S. military says the vessel was hit by a drone on Wednesday evening. Washington's new designation of the Houthis will require U.S. financial institutions to freeze Houthi funds, and its members will be banned from the U.S. But the next one up on the screen, this comes on the heels of a different Houthi attack. They launched another attack on merchant shipping on Tuesday, just hours after the U.S. preemptively struck missiles in Yemen that were prepared to launch, according to a statement from U.S. CENTCOM. U.S. CENTCOM, by the way, said there were no injuries reported from the merchant ship. And Counterpoints covered this yesterday, but just to underscore how stupid and counterproductive this whole strategy has been, Shell has suspended Red Sea shipments amid fears of more Houthi attacks. We'll have to see whether this becomes a longer standing issue, that CEO told the Wall Street Journal in Davos. So congratulations, you haven't slowed them down one bit. There was reporting, what was that, the New York Times, that said you really haven't degraded their offensive capabilities really one bit, because they are very mobile, they're very agile, they're very used to being bombed to hell all the time. So you haven't degraded their capacity. You certainly haven't degraded the will of the Yemeni people who overwhelmingly back them. And all these commercial vessels are like, okay, this is an active war zone now. There's no way that we're shipping through the Red Sea. So commercial shipping has only gone in the opposite direction of what you wanted.
Yeah, it's actually pretty terrifying to just realize how delicate, we talked about Taiwan and all this, with how delicate and asymmetric you can have an impact on the global economy with some of these choke points. I mean, actually, it's more surprising that it hasn't happened up until now.
True.
But it's probably a function of just technology, which is these Houthis are spending 40 grand on a drone, and we have to spend $100 million to destroy maybe 15% of their offensive capability. Even, if you just read the CENTCOM statement out this morning about the 14 new strikes, they say that they destroyed 14 missiles in their launchers as the Houthis were preparing to fire them. 2 U.S. officials said that the strikes were carried out with Tomahawk cruise missiles. I mean, these are 400 grand a pop every time we fire one of these, fired by Navy vessels. Local news outlets in Yemen said that they had struck Houthi-controlled territory. They're still doing battle damage assessment.
Oh, what's the coalition doing here, Sagar? What are they doing for us?
Yeah, that's a great point. It's interesting. Every U.S. coalition ends up just being us dropping the bombs.
Yeah.
It's kind of great. And paying for it, by the way.
Occasionally the UK will do some little something.
Yeah, but we sell them the weapon, so it's not even real. So it's like, if you use our bomb to bomb somebody, then whatever. That's a whole other conversation. Let's put up the final part here, because it just demonstrates about the precarity of this, and this is kind of the function of this segment in looking at the Israel situation. The chief of staff of the IDF currently says that, quote, the likelihood of war in the north is higher than before. Made the remarks during actually visit to reserve forces in the north on Wednesday, amid growing fears of a war with Hezbollah. You, as pointed out, this Crystal Gallant, the defense minister, also apparently said something very similar. We saw some remarks that came out from Ben Gvir, the right-wing politician inside of Israel. They really, really want, they want war with Israel. Or sorry, they want war with Hezbollah. It's clear. The military wants it. The defense establishment wants it.
They want the
Netanyahu
US
definitely
to go to
wants
war with
it. The only people who don't want it is America. Now, it's relatively unclear whether Hezbollah wants it or not. They've been pretty, they've stayed out of it. They've had some tit-for-tat strikes. They've taken some casualties. The Israelis have taken some casualties. Both seem to realize how devastating and horrible the conflict would be. But it is clear to me that this is kind of like an Afghanistan-Iraq situation. Even when we were at war in Afghanistan, our defense establishment and top leaders, army and others, they really wanted to invade Iraq. It took 2 years to build the political case and all that. Obviously, we're on an accelerated timeline and all this, but if the political will is there at the top of the government, if they want to do this, then we should take it really, really seriously.
Yeah, that's right.
There's only really one check that could have happened on the U.S., which would have been like genuine small d democratic, revolt. I don't know how the Israeli public feels about something like this. I will give them credit for at least this, because they have mandatory enlistment. They are not stupid. They all watched 2006. It wasn't that long ago. Their sons and daughters had to fight with Hezbollah. So they could have some, at least input or try to campaign or something like against us, because they know too. They're a country that reads a lot of the news. They would know that thousands and thousands of them would die in a conflict like this, not to mention a lot more civilians, Israeli civilians would die in this than probably any October 7th, because of the sheer capability of Hezbollah from missiles and all that. On the other side, maybe they think of it as like a last stand. They're like, listen, October 7th was our 9/11. Now we have to do something, we have to make sure that this never happens again. And you can use the extension from Hamas to Hezbollah. I could see the Israeli public signing up for that and be like, sure, we're going to risk tens of thousands, but they'll ensure our security in the future.
Yeah.
I could see it going both ways, but I mean, it's pretty terrifying, because from a reserve perspective and military perspective, Israel's not doing very well right now. They had to pull a lot of their troops out of Gaza. A lot of their reserves, they're sending them back to the economy. If you get into war with Hezbollah, you're going to have to call every single one of those guys, not just back up, but they're in forever. They're in for a long time, for a long haul. This is not Hamas, a couple of month deployment. We're talking 15, 20 months or something like that.
The U.S. really, in a sense, went mad after 9/11,
Yeah,
and that was exploited, right, by neocons who had a long-standing agenda that they wanted to pursue, and it took them a very small amount of time to push for a war in Iraq that made absolutely no sense, and a indefinite war in Afghanistan that initially, okay, go in and get bin Laden, that part made sense, but then whatever the hell we were doing after that, even the people who were in military leadership couldn't explain what we were doing, what the goals were, what counted as success, etc. So we went mad after 9/11. I think the Israeli public has gone mad after October 7th. And I think Netanyahu and co. are using that in a very similar way that the neocons use it to further their own ends and agenda, to further their own ends and agenda. You know, the real response to what happened on October 7th was, listen, this idea that you can imprison people forever, that you can indefinitely thwart their like basic rights to self-determination, control what's happening in their own territory, that you can have, you know, this massive security establishment, all this high tech, and that's going to keep you safe. You're going to be able to quote unquote control the flames. Well, after the horror and humiliation of October 7th, that fell apart. So the real response is, okay, there is no military solution to this. There is no occupying force solution to this. The only actual solution to this is a diplomatic one. But of course, no one wants to hear that when they're in the midst of rage and fury and disgust and horror and pain and loss and suffering and all of that. So instead, the direction is not in favor of diplomacy. The direction is in favor of, we're going to do war even harder. We're going to crush Hamas. And by the way, those of you in northern Israel, we're going to crush Hezbollah too, so you don't have to worry about them either. That was our mistake, is that we didn't crush them and their ambitions and their spirit hard enough, that we weren't big enough assholes in the region to deter everyone from, you know, ever messing with us. So we have to launch this insanely brutal, and I certainly would say in the ICJ South Africa case would agree, genocidal assault on the Gaza Strip. That's what we have to do to make sure no one messes with us ever again. And that's the logic that has taken hold with at least it appears, based on the polling, a majority of the Israeli public. And that's why these politicians think it's in their cynical best interest to continue the war going indefinitely and, you know, bring home as many horrible military prizes as they possibly can.
It's a big question. I mean, we just don't know, right? Because it's like the U.S. public went along with it until they didn't go along with it. So
that took a long time, though.
Took 4 years.
Yeah.
A lot of people died in the interim. I'm not saying it was a good thing, but it's not like, you know, it was actually kind of rapid sometimes if you think about it. By 04, 05 or so, people were at least beginning to have the conversation. We wanted to spare them. Yeah, everybody told them. We
re-elected George W. Bush.
Biden literally went over there and he's like, you really should not make the same mistakes as 9/11. And they didn't want to listen. So this is their problem. Unfortunately, you know, to the extent that we cover a lot of this conflict, it's also about, it's our problem because we're the ones bombing the Houthis, not the Israelis. We're the ones who are bearing the vast majority of the cost, not the Israelis. And so they have always had this tremendous ability to outsource the vast majority of their problems, but that they get to keep all of the benefits to their overall security. Very, very unbalanced relationship. And they very much risk, I think, balancing it definitely in the wrong way in the long term, not necessarily in the short, when you can see so much of the domestic
Rising. Robbie, I see you're a little surprised there that I am opening the segment today.
Do you see the words were about to come out of my mouth?
I feel like I'm a ventriloquist. All right, I'm not going to throw you off too much. We just thought we'd try something different this morning.
I love it. All about trying new things.
What's on the docket for us today, Robbie?
Well, Brianna, I would be happy to tell you. The Biden administration launched another round of airstrikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. Per the U.S. military, the strike successfully destroyed rebel military sites used in the ongoing blockade of the Red Sea. Now, yesterday, President Biden redesignated the Houthis as a terrorist group after removing them from the list less than a month after taking office. Now, in a State Department release, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that the move came in recognition of the dire humanitarian situation in Yemen. He added, quote, "These attacks against international shipping have endangered mariners, disrupted the free flow of commerce, and interfered with navigational rights and freedoms."
Meanwhile, displaced Palestinians sheltering at the largest remaining hospital left in southern Gaza were forced to evacuate overnight as intense fighting nearby threatened the hospital. This video, verified by the New York Times, shows families fleeing amidst echoes of heavy gunfire. ABC News details mounting frustrations between President Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu. According to multiple senior administration officials, the growing divide between Bibi and Biden on Israel's current handling of the conflict, plus its plans for post-war Gaza, has become more pronounced since Secretary of State Blinken's visit to Israel. The Biden administration's tightrope walk became even clearer during Blinken's visit to Davos this week. Let's watch.
The choice is there. And ultimately, this is about choices. What kind of society do we want to live in? What kind of world do we want to live in? What kind of region do we want to live in? We talk a lot as well today about regionalization. There's a profound opportunity for regionalization in the Middle East, in the greater Middle East, that we have not had before. The challenge is realizing it.
Does Israel have the prime minister for that opportunity?
Look, these are decisions for Israelis to make. This is a profound decision for the country as a whole to make.
Blinken's feet were put to the fire again during this next viral moment. Let's watch.
One of the things you hear so often from people, given the high civilian casualties in Gaza, is, does the United States, do Jewish lives matter more than Palestinian and Muslim lives, and Muslim, Palestinian Christian lives, given the incredible asymmetry in casualties? And I've been asked that. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
No, period. For me, I think for so many of us, what we're seeing every single day in Gaza is gut-wrenching.
You know, it's interesting to hear him say, he asked, is Netanyahu the right man for this job? And you know, there are serious issues that some people have with Netanyahu, even from the standpoint of, you know, totally disabling Hamas and the political opposition to the state of Israel among the Palestinians, given that there are questions about Netanyahu's own support implicitly propping up Hamas as a buffer against other Palestinian groups. So, you know, you could be a total hardliner on Israel or in support of Israel and still have those questions. But he says there, you know, that's an issue for Israel to decide. I think it's the blank check nature of it, that Americans being asked, we're going to pay for this, for the Israeli war effort in Gaza. We now know, we knew it already, but it's making the U.S. less safe. It's led indirectly to attacks on U.S. vessels in the Red Sea. It's raised tensions between our government and Iran and so many other Arab countries. And then to say, so obviously Blinken and Biden are making the calculation, well, it's all worth it because we want to support Israel. But then we can have no say over how it's used or what Israel's policy will be or how its government should be comprised. That seems so unfair from an America First standpoint.
So first of all, America has not had any shyness about doing a coup and toppling governments and changing leaders all over the world. That it's suddenly acting bashful about that prospect or the implications of that and built into the question there is kind of laughable. Of course, I don't support that kind of behavior. So let's get down to the nitty gritty. I think you're absolutely right. The question isn't whether the U.S. gets an opportunity to choose who leads Israel. The point is whether or not the U.S. has in its own capacity as an independent country can bring an end to this conflict, largely because without our aid, both military and broader financial aid, Israel would not be able to conduct this war. Specifically, I saw Jeremy Scahill over at The Intercept wrote a whole long piece about this, and he tweeted yesterday in response to U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, tweet about how the humanitarian cause is so important and how tough things are for people in Gaza. He replied, what is remarkable here is that there appears to be no attachment to the reality that it is the U.S. that has armed Israel, prevented a ceasefire, but with these UN vetoes, and served as Israel's chief political and diplomatic protector throughout the indiscriminate bombing and invasion of Gaza. So for Blinken to be asked, do Palestinian lives matter as much as Israeli lives? And to say, well, no, they don't. Of course, it's so sad that these Palestinian lives are being killed. And to not then acknowledge the extent to which they're literally being killed with American bombs and with American funding and with American agency, that is a huge effort to gaslight the American people.
And without any American input and oversight. That seems to be the entire policy of the Biden administration. We're going to, you know, in terms of when he decided to make nice with Saudi Arabia after condemning Saudi Arabia while he was running for president, Biden did. Does the fist bump with the sheik. Okay, but then when we have our own oil crisis, they don't open up. They don't let the oil flow. Like, what are we getting out of this diplomacy?
Well, I mean,
what do we like? I want to actually have a leadership that puts America first, that either zealously guards the taxpayers' money or at least spends it in a way that is productive to our own interests and our own policies. What are we getting out of this? What seems like an entirely one-sided relationship?
It's also important to know that what is Israel getting out of this? Netanyahu is largely understood to be chasing this conflict and really benefiting politically from this conflict as someone who is facing really significant legal woes in Israel at this time. He's in a weirdly similar situation to Trump, where his status as prime minister helps to insulate him against some of the culpability for the legal charges that he's facing. And moreover, here's what's really perverse about Blinken's framing here and some of the broader framing that you're seeing really pushed in the mainstream media that says, Biden is trying to talk to Bibi, but Bibi is intractable. Biden really wishes this weren't happening. He's concerned about the humanitarian effects in Gaza, but gosh, there's nothing he can do about it. That really flies in the face, one, of the fact that obviously we're funding this war, and cutting off funding could bring an end almost immediately to not just this immediate conflict in Gaza, but the escalation we're seeing in the region. And two, there has been an admission from Anthony Blinken that the excuse that's given for why this wildly disproportionate siege has to continue. Again, over 24,000 Palestinians killed after 1,200 Israelis were killed on October 7th, is that we have to defeat Hamas. Here's what Blinken told Netanyahu, according to reporting from NBC News, about that fight against Hamas. He said, ultimately, there is no military solution to Hamas, according to the officials, and that the Israeli leader needs to recognize that or history will repeat itself and violence will continue. But the officials say Netanyahu was unmoved. Well, if our own government is taking the position that there's nothing about this conflict that's geared toward actually meeting Israel's stated goal of ending Hamas, then at a certain point you are acknowledging that the bombs that are being dropped on Gaza, the white phosphorus that is being dropped on Gaza, the hospitals that are being bombed, the universities that are being demolished with set charges. This is not warfare. This is charges being set in universities, soldiers walking away and exploding them, are geared towards something else. And when you're looking at the systematic destruction of infrastructure in Gaza, what it looks like is an intent to prevent any Palestinians from really returning and living there, destroying all your cultural institutions, your religious institutions, your libraries, your government buildings, your universities. And that is why there is this argument that's being made that this really isn't about Hamas, that this is about ethnic cleansing and genocide.
I don't quite see it that way. They're at war with Hamas. They were attacked by Hamas, and Hamas has not surrendered, and they're engaged in total war to defeat them, which involves and is involving
collective punishment, which is a war crime.
Okay, yeah. Look, we disagree. Obviously, that's fine. I don't have a problem necessarily with them pursuing the goal of totally eliminating Hamas.
Even
and
if that goal is not achievable?
Until
by their own admission?
That's what we said. We don't have, Blinken said that.
Yes.
Well, we don't have to support it or aid them in what we think is an ultimately futile effort that's costing us money and making us less safe. They want to pursue total war against an organization, a terrorist group that attacked them, that has not surrendered. That's their business, and they can pursue that if they want. We don't have to be there to help to endlessly support it. I wouldn't support it at all every step of the way.
And to block them from being held accountable in front of international tribunals that are trying to weigh in on this question of whether or not they are in fact violating international law and committing genocide.
Yeah, I mean, so does Russia, so does China. We don't, I don't love the idea of Israel being uniquely and only held up.
It's not uniquely and only held up. But what's unique about Israel is that it is not held up for these kinds of crimes the way the other parts of the world are. The U.S. isn't throwing itself on the grenade and vetoing charges against Russia or China for their war crimes. Now, they have more power on the National Security Council,
they're vetoing
and they can do it for
they
themselves.
Are vetoing them.
But this is about America's actions, because that's the country we live in, and that's the audience that we're speaking to, whether or not America is treating Israel differently and protecting it from the same kind of judgments that the international community, legal community, makes about the rest of the world on a regular basis. Is it only the global South? Is it only certain kinds of countries that have to be held accountable to international law? That's the question right now that's being really adjudicated in front of that
Thousands march on Washington to demand ceasefire in Gaza. Flyers indicate protesters came from as far as Florida, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin to protest war and U.S. aid to Israel. Thousands of marchers descended on Washington, D.C. on Saturday to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and to protest U.S. aid to Israel, more than 3 months into an Israeli offensive against Hamas that is killing 250 Palestinians per day, according to the Oxfam charity. I had a dream. The protest, called a March on Washington for Gaza, was promoted as likely to be the largest pro-Palestinian demonstration in the U.S. since the 7 October attack on southern Israel by Hamas fighters emerging from Gaza, which killed almost 1,200 people and led to a massive military response from Israel backed by the U.S. government. Oxfam said the Israeli bombardment has displaced 1.8 million of the 2.3 million Palestinians living in Gaza and turned much of the besieged territory bordering Israel, the Mediterranean Sea, and Egypt into rubble and dust. Saturday's protest, organized by the American Muslim Task Force for Palestine and aligned groups, was organized to draw attention to what it calls Israel's, quote, crimes against humanity, unquote, and articulates a position that the creation of a fully recognized Palestinian state is in U.S. national interests. Among those addressing the crowd in Washington by video link was Al Jazeera journalist Wael al-Dado, whose wife, daughter, 2 sons, and a grandchild were killed by Israeli airstrikes. Also speaking were long-shot U.S. presidential candidates Cornel West, or as we call him around here, friend of the show, Cornel West, and Jill Stein, as well as a daughter of Malcolm X, Ilyasa Shabazz. Al-Dado spoke about the dire conditions Palestinians in Gaza are struggling to exist in while under Israeli bombardment. Quote, the people are paying an exorbitant price and are living a disastrous life, he told the crowds in Washington. People do not have sustenance, food, or drink, a place to sleep, a bathroom, and what is necessary for a life, not for a decent life, rather what is basically necessary to maintain life. Understand? He's not talking about having a nice bedroom. He's talking about just the basic necessities of life. So this is a little video from Al Jazeera. We're going to take a look at a little bit of that.
This wasn't just a message to Israel. It was a message to Joe Biden. Use the U.S.'s leverage to stop the bombardment of Gaza.
He's not going to get reelected if he doesn't hear the people. We're out in the streets by the thousands, and he just chooses to ignore that we actually exist.
Listen to your constituents. Now. Stop ignoring your constituents.
Listen to reason.
The nickname for Biden right now is Genocide Joe. He has shown this time around, which is a bit different, is a complete and utter disregard for the value of human life.
For the protesters, this White House is directly responsible for the deaths of so many Palestinians.
It's been reported that the Biden presidential campaign isn't that concerned. It's betting that by next November's election, this anger will have been replaced by fear of another Trump presidency.
But those here say they will not forget.
Trump wanted to deport us, and Biden is killing us. So that fear factor no longer works. The fear mongering of oppressed communities no longer works on us anymore.
A message that apparently hasn't got through yet to this White House. Shia Bertansi, Al Jazeera, Washington.
So I know it was always naive, and the American press was never what people thought it was. But at one time, the assumption was that American news was better than what you would get from other sources. And now,
how long ago would you
as
say?
Americans, I would say up until about 10 years ago, people felt that way. I'm not saying it was the reality, but they felt that way. And now I think it's become increasingly common that one would feel, well, I want the real news. I have to go to Al Jazeera. I have
Al
to
Jazeera
go to
America.
these.
Do you remember Al Jazeera America?
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember watching that.
But
and being
10
like,
years
this is-
ago, people, I think the average American would have said that's propaganda.
I've said
I
it,
think
yeah.
there are many more people today who feel like if you want the real story, you have to go to a source like that.
I said it back when it first came on. I was like, why is there Al Jazeera America? And I watched it
Right.
like, this is better than
Right.
American regular
Right.
news.
Right. It was at
It
that
stuck out.
time there was like a taint on anyone who went over to work there.
It went out of
Oh,
business.
you're working for Arab propaganda. Now people are like, oh, I want to find out what's actually happening. I got to go to Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
So here, as you saw that White House fence, things got a little rowdy over there, which of course a lot of neocons jumped on that. Oh, they're threatening the White House.
Drop the bombs on Yemen now! Drop the bombs on Yemen now! Hands off Yemen! 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 Hands off Yemen!
All right. So any thoughts, Keaton?
Well, yeah, I mean, you saw all that anger directed, rightfully, obviously, at Joe Biden. And this is one of the things that informs my suspicion that the Democrats at the end of the day are going to try and swap him out for a different nominee, thinking that whichever stooge they replace him with will not carry the baggage of having enabled this mass murder to go on. And I think it's really important that everyone who's out in the streets communicate that the same judgment will be rendered upon whichever stooge they prop up. If they put Newsom up, we're not just going to give Gavin Newsom a pass because he wasn't in the White House to do the same thing that Biden is doing now. I'm going to make a campaign sort of coverage trip to New Hampshire over the weekend. And I do plan on going to the town hall events of both Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson to let them know that should you win, should you win the nomination, you will be held to the same standard that Joe Biden is being held to now. Don't think that the Democrat, it's important that people in the streets really communicate this to the Democratic Party en masse. Don't think you're going to swap this mummy out for a pretty face who wasn't there. Hey, they didn't enable the genocide. They weren't there. No, that's not going to fly. And I suspect that they are going to try and swap Joe Biden out for a number of reasons, that being one of them, because this mass murder that Joe Biden has enabled in Gaza has alienated two key voting groups that the Democrats could not afford to lose. We knew they were going to really struggle going into this cycle with the same sort of white, affluent moderates that they won last time, that gave them all those key swing states that they needed. Suburban, sort of independent, conservative leaning normies, right? Like they're going to lose those. We all know that they're going to lose those this time. But this genocide has alienated young voters and Arab voters, and those are two constituencies that they just can't afford to lose. And I think they're going to I don't know this, obviously, but I suspect they're going to try and swap Biden out in the hopes that they can win those groups back by bringing in someone who doesn't have this sort of baggage. And we can't let that happen.
Every time you say swapping Biden out, it's like the president is a kind of tampon. Yeah. And once it's too bloody, you got to get a fresh one. It's just what it is.
Yeah,
I don't know that there's a means to do it, because I think at the end of the day, you got this crazy, senile, old bastard with very Nixonian resentments of always having been laughed at by the smart set, and now I'm the president. I don't think he'll willingly let that go any more than Nixon.
They got Hunter, right? Can't they use Hunter?
He's taking over the family business.
Like
AJ Soprano.
In theory, will it work?
I mean, you want Hunter to go to jail, or you want Hunter to walk?
I'd vote Hunter.
You want Hunter to walk, drop out.
And
right?
I don't know if that party plays that way.
You seen Hunter's dong? He don't have nothing to be ashamed of. That would be a slogan.
That's gonna be him and Paris Hilton are gonna do a retirement video
anyway.
And on that note, keeping it classy.
Namibia has condemned German move to represent Israel or to defend Israel's case or to reject South Africa's case against Israel in the International Court of Law. Namibia is not happy about that. In fact, Germany, out of brotherhood, I guess, with Israel, decided to make a comment via some of the politicians saying that the claim that South Africa has against Germany with regard to Gaza was completely absurd. Therefore, Germany is ready to defend Israel for that.
Deutschland steht an der Seite Israels.
Germany stands by Israel's side. We will support the country and we support its right to self-defense.
Now, let me put into perspective for you. Namibia is a beautiful country in Africa. Here is a map. Lovely place. I think it's one of the only places on earth, where you can find the ocean next to the desert. So you have a massive desert on the right and the ocean on the left. I know there are some other places like that, but one of the most prominent places in the world. Lovely place. Namibia was colonized by the Germans. So basically before, as it always goes, Africans used to live at peace with themselves in their lands. So did Namibians until Germans came. When they came in peace, and very quickly they changed. They became very hostile. So they took land from Namibians by force, then forcing them to work the land. They stole cattle, they took everything Namibians had, and they made it theirs. And let me remind you that at the time, Germany was a very, very strong power across the world. So German people did some of the most horrendous things in Namibia. And the president of Namibia does not believe Germany has the right to open its mouth regarding what's happening between Israel and Palestine, because Germany has done a lot of atrocious things, not just in Germany, but all across the world. The president wanted to remind Germans of what they did in their country. Germans came into Namibia, they took over the land, they took cattle, they enslaved Namibians. Namibia major tribes are Herero, Nama, Danama, and Sans. And then they took some of these people and put them in the most horrendous positions ever. In 1904, Herero lead chief Samuel Maherero led a campaign against Germany. So this is a Namibian person in 1904 that said, you know what, enough is enough. We will not accept this. The problem with us Africa generally is we accept people coming in peace, not knowing that these people most of the time actually happen to do negative things to us. And this leader from the Herero group got some of his people and they fought against the Germans in 1904. In the beginning, it was pretty good. They tried very hard. They pushed the Germans back. They actually put out 123 German leaders. And then the Germans came back with force. And obviously, Germany being at the time one of the most powerful nations in the world in terms of army, they crushed them really, really bad. And after crushing them, and then Namibian came back again, and they were doing just okay. And they tried to have a negotiation between the Germans and Namibians in order to have an agreement so they can progress. However, a few months later, Germany sent Lieutenant Lothar von Trotha, and this man was one of the most evil people ever. This man came into Namibia, completely disregarding the agreement the Namibians had with the Germans, and attacked the Namibians. He issued an order to completely finish everybody. Finish everybody. They didn't look at men, women, children. Everything was taken. It was absolutely horrendous. One of the darkest moments ever. Until November 1904, where they removed him, and then Germany reversed their policy. And they took Hereros into captivity. They put them into camps. They were not finishing them anymore. I'm trying to avoid the words because we're getting sanctioned. They did not finish them anymore. They put them into camps where they were riddled by diseases and anger, and many of them fell. They say 80% of Namibian population was by the Germans. So how dare they today to stand against South Africa in its case, trying to defend Gaza, say the president of Namibia? I mean, you haven't even recognized what you've done to us. The genocide you've done to Namibian, you have not really recognized, not fully, because many years ago, Germany refused to recognize what they did to Namibians. After a lot of pressure, many years later, they brought some of the stuff that they kept. So in fact, let me put it this way for you, and I hope you're going to understand. They took this of the Herero people, they took it to Germany to keep it in museums. Yes, this of the Namibian people to Europe for people to come and visit and see, and also to confirm that it was superior race compared to everybody else. Later on, some of the Germans came to come and give back some of the things they gave. You know, after a lot of pressure, they were like, okay, we're going to give back some of the things we took away from you. But even though they recognized what they did was wrong, they never really gave back what they took away. They didn't recognize the way they recognized for the Jewish people, because the Jewish people got compensation. Okay, they got something back for what, and of course, it doesn't bring the people that are gone back into life. but they got something reasonable, something respectable back to their community. Some people accuse Mercedes-Benz of participating on things that Germany did to the, during the war. Now, the president of Namibia is somebody very interesting. President Geingob. I know I've murdered his name. Geingob, please correct me. Geingob. There was a moment where a German politician came to Namibia, and after he arrived in Namibia, he started complaining about Namibia. Listen to what he said.
Whereas in Namibia, for example, the number of Chinese people living here in the meantime is 4 times as much as, for example, the German community. And it's not precisely the same what takes place all over the world. There are differences. And what I'm...
Mr. Speaker, what is your problem with that? Why does it become your problem? It looks like it's a more European problem than our problem.
Yeah.
You are so sorry for us. I don't see Chinese will never come and play around here. As Germans not allowed to do that, which Germans are doing, by the way. You talk about Chinese. We allow Germans to come offer visas here. Red carpet. Our people are harassed in Germany. Even diplomatic passport holders in Germany. And you come in here, Germans come in here as they want. So why Chinese talk about Germans? How we are treating us there. Chinese don't treat us like that.
So the German politician said, I've come to Namibia and what I'm seeing is a lot of Chinese people. I'm seeing Chinese all over the place. Everywhere I turned in Namibia, I saw Chinese people. This man just arrived and he's complaining about Chinese people. And then he says, this is not okay. I see very little Germans here. I don't see Chinese people. As if Namibia belonged to Germany. You know the mentality, that's the colonialist mentality. We ruled over you for many years. Now we're very upset that you have Chinese all over the place and you don't have Germans. And President gave him one of the coldest answer ever. He said, what is it? Do you feel sorry for us? Do you understand that we were coming from a reunion, from a meeting somewhere across the world, and by the time our people with diplomatic passport had to go through Germany, you disregarded them. You treated them like trash. The treatment Namibian diplomatic body got into Germany was shameful. Yeah, so they were treated like, are you trying to run away in Germany? Are you trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like you Africans, you in our country, we need to treat you in a way that is African. Fellas, when you have a diplomatic passport, you have a lot of freedom. The things they do with normal people, they would not do to you because you represent your government, your country. They can't search you as a diplomatic passport. They can't even arrest you. Even when you do wrong as a diplomatic passport, you have immunity. But these people, so the government people of Namibia going through Germany face some of the harshest treatment ever. So he reminded them, you can't come in our country and tell me how we should live, what we should do, what type of friendship we should have with anybody across the earth. It's our choice. Okay, see, never you will see in China, the treatments you're giving us. I don't know how accurate that is, but yeah, he said it. So basically, the president of Namibia said it very clearly. My support is towards South Africa. Okay, I support South Africa that has taken Israel to court, to the International Court of Law, to respond to its actions against Palestinians in Gaza. Because many people believe, even though some negative things, actually bad things, really bad things came from Hamas into Israel, doing wrong things that should be condemned. Those people did not deserve what happened to them from Hamas. The response of Israel was not proportionate to the pain and the hurt they received, because even though they said they're focusing on a group specific of Hamas people, the world can clearly see that people that are suffering right now are not necessarily Hamas people. So South Africa, and I was very surprised to see that, was the country to come forward and go accuse Israel and receive support from only Namibia in all of Africa. I mean, fellas, let's talk about this. Namibia has been the only country of Africa that is supporting South Africa in its task against Israel. How do you explain that? Is that lack of solidarity from Africans? Are they afraid of the repercussion that may have in return from the US or Israel? Because when you talk about Israel, you're talking about US as well. They're always together. Do you think African countries are scared to speak out? Do you think you can really be free or pretend to be free if you are afraid to express yourself? Doesn't matter which side you stand from. And I think you also think that the most basic thing is to be able to express yourself without fear of anything. Now, if you have fear to express yourself, you have fear to say how you feel, are you truly, really free? My question is this, fellas, where are African nations? I mean, whether South Africa is right or wrong, I mean, most of you think South Africa is correct in its fight. Whether they're right or wrong, let's even say they're wrong. It doesn't really matter. Shouldn't people have the right to express themselves, in their conviction? Shouldn't you support your brother or whoever you think is your brother? Because the bottom line is very simple. It doesn't matter which way Israel goes. The United States of America will always be behind them. Just like Joe Biden and other people say, always. America will always, in the future, doesn't matter. They don't say as long as you are within your rights. They say we will always be behind you. Where are the brothers of South Africa? Where are African nations? My question is, can Africa actually come together for one thing? Help each other, fight the same fight? Are African actually brothers like they pretend? My brother. That's why I don't call me my brother. I'm not your brother. If you call me, I will slap you if you call me my brother. I'm not your brother. For me to be your brother, you need to show me in action. I don't need you to call me. I'm not your brother. Go ask your mommy who your brothers are. Can Africans come together for one subject, fight the same fight, help each other, support one another? Are we that scared? This shows you what may have happened in the past during slavery. People just let each other go. Oh, you take him. Are you on the other? Take one too. Instead of fighting together against the outsider. And let's put South African and other cases to the side. Isn't this what happened in the past, where they came into Africa to take people? I mean, no, take him. Give me a lighter. I need the lighter. Or give me whatever, a mirror. Take him until we can actually stand behind each other. I'm sure Russia is laughing in South Africa. Look at all these Africans you thought they were your brothers. Where are they? Russia's certainly laughing. Where are all these Africans? But you want to open Africa so everybody can go else. How? How can we open borders? Not even for one. It's not just Africans. I mean, where are all the countries? No matter who's right, who's wrong. Aren't you supposed to lean towards your people? I mean, where are...
Ronnie, welcome back to the show. You must be very proud of your country. There have been many things to be proud of as a South African, but this is up there with the liberation itself, isn't it?
Absolutely, George. It's absolutely wonderful. We are so proud of our country, of our government. It's gone through a rough time. I've been very critical of it at times, as you well know, George. But my God, in terms of the stand that we've taken and the applause we're receiving, although the stand hasn't been for that. And I certainly don't mind if the great Yemeni people win your award instead of the South African legal team. But we're really so proud of this country. We've regained something of the excitement and the intensity with which we were viewed by progressive people throughout the world when we managed to overthrow the apartheid beast, which of course the Palestinian people will do so one day in relation to their land. We're absolutely sure of that. But it's been too long since I've seen you. And if I can say this to your audience, because I don't think many people know, but you're an honorary member of our underground in South Africa, because you were one of those internationalists, a London recruit. We called them the ones who came from or were recruited from the UK, who came out to South Africa and assisted us in that time. And it's a little example of international solidarity. So it's not simply the question of the stand that the government has taken in terms of challenging Israel and charging it with genocide, but it's a question of doing it, yes, for the Palestinian people, people of Gaza and the West Bank, the Palestinians everywhere in the refugee camps within Israel itself, and so on, in the diaspora. But it is a mighty stand for humanity, a mighty stand for humanity. And I'm very pleased you asked me to interact with you at this particular time.
I was a very small time soldier. You were my commander, along with people like Joe Slovo, Ruth First, Dennis Goldberg, Albie Sachs, and of course the perspicacious amongst the audience will have noted that everyone I've just mentioned there were Jewish opponents of apartheid. That's one of the great piquancies, isn't it? As I once said at the Oxford Union, Jews don't have to be with apartheid. The African National Congress was filled with and led by Jewish enemies of apartheid. It's something special, that, isn't it?
Well, for sure, it was a very small minority, though, of the Jewish community in South Africa, dominated by Zionism, an enemy of ours from the time I joined as a 20-year-old, needing information, needing understanding, needing political consciousness, coming from a Jewish background. And what I learned very soon, George, from the veterans, black and white Christians in origin as well as Jews who were there, was that Israel was a tool of US imperialism, and that being Jewish was not synonymous with having to support Zionist Israel or being a Zionist. And what we also need to point out is in that period of apartheid, the Zionist Federation and the Jewish Board of Deputies in South Africa castigated the few Jews, because we were a few, a good grouping around the country, and we were traitors. They would have nothing to do with us, and they projected us in that light to their community, to their offspring, that we were dangerous, we were no good. And I can tell you, although there was a brief honeymoon, which none of us enjoyed when we came out of the underground or from exile, and certain Jewish leaders, including a chief rabbi who had come out from Britain, from your Scotland, a dreadfully conservative person, actually, who was buttering up to Madiba, to Mandela. And for a very brief moment, they wanted to bask in our sun. And the moment they saw that we were condemning Israel, we were again absolute traitors. And the viciousness today has grown as it has in Israel in terms of this absolute inevitability of any doctrine based on race, on racism. It's inclined, as Afrikaner nationalism was, as is happening in Israel, to go more and more to the extremes. And what we're seeing, of course, today is a fascism in Israel. And what we're seeing among Zionists around the world is that kind of poison, although they don't wear jackboots and use the Nazi salute. But in terms of their racism and the measures they take and their lack of humanity, and they cry about 136 or 9 who are people who are kept by the resistance within Gaza, or 1,100 or so who they claim in terms of numbers were butchered by the resistance on the 7th of October, although half of the people were mown down and killed by the berserk Israeli death force. And the Zionists in this country swallow every single word and they pollute their offspring. And we've seen this happening in Nazi Germany, in fascism everywhere, and of course in Israel, where a good friend of both of ours, Gideon Levy, I was watching one of his interviews the other night, was basically saying left or right in Israel, and of course left in quotes, are exactly the same when it comes down to the issue of the survival and the doings of this Zionist apartheid colonial settler state. So it's been absolutely awful in terms of what's happened to Jewish people, because in that time, that no matter the minority we were that I referred to, you could find in certain numbers that humanity. And for a while, and certainly in Israel, it's gone out the window, and it has in South Africa. But I was pointing out in a debate last night that we've so welcomed the small grouping of young Jewish people in our country, incomparable to what we'll see in the UK and certainly in the US. But we've got those righteous Jews here, and they've emerged, and they stand up and they proclaim not in their name. And it's been so stimulating, inspiring to humanity and to, of course, the people of Gaza and Palestine, at the numbers of Jews who are involved in the protests, the occupation of so many vital points in America, Grand Central Station, etc., etc. But I don't want to dwell on that, because it's not just Jewish. I mean, I'm born Jewish. They say that I've converted to Islam because I've married a woman who's not actually an intense believer. This is after the death of my wife, who you've paid so much tribute to in your life, George, Eleanor, who was a Scots-born, a 1-year-old who came to South Africa, Protestant background. She was a freedom fighter. And we've got to recognize that it's not simply the few Jewish people. Of course, it's important to proclaim it, because if I can just go on a little, George, when a small group of whites, Jews, Christians, communists, socialists in South Africa, a very small number, a couple of hundred or so, we were regarded by the apartheid regime with such venom. And the reason is because we called out the myth of racism, the myth that the whites all had to stand together for survival and had nothing to do with the rest of the country, with Black South Africa. In the same way, we see this in terms of Israel and how they tried to dragoon all the Jews in the world behind their flag. And it's very important that we're able to show the myth of that. But what's much more important, George, is the numbers of people, of humanity, global south, global north, humanity everywhere, as you never fail to point out how we are humanity. We are the many, they are the few, those wonderful words of English literature from one of our famous poets who we both love, Shelley, Red Shelley. And that applies everywhere. And this is why Israel has lost whatever is happening on the day-to-day butchery of people of Palestine. They are winning. They are winning for the obvious reason that humanity is with them, that they're fighting a just war, a righteous war, and they will win. And the international solidarity of a young George who is prepared to come out to South Africa and carry out a mission the example of that resonates in the millions and millions who stand by the people of Palestine and oppressed people everywhere. So it's a wonderful time we see with all the beastly tragedy in terms of the butchery and what the price the Palestinians are paying. But they're winning. They'll win this war, George, as you and so many others so eloquently put it.
Amen. We've only time for one more question, though I could talk with you all night. The multi-colored, multi-ethnic, multi-religious rainbow legal team have entered the consciousness and the hearts of people all over the world. I declare an interest, as someone whose mother is Irish, in the beautiful summing up of the Irish lawyer, but we had black South African lawyers, white South African lawyers, Muslim South African lawyers. It was South Africa at its very best. The South Africa we fought for, Ronnie. It was the South Africa we dreamed of that we saw at The Hague, wasn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, George, with the domination and its passing, and I'm not saying, therefore, that we're winning the world battle tomorrow and next month and next year, but the waning power of imperialism, of the former colonial powers, the collective West that's buckling, what we're able to show in that unity and in that outstanding young Irish jurist who's stolen all our hearts. And all of them are so outstanding, including our own South African John Dugard, who I knew back in the 50s, and we were very close in relation to the Congress of Democrats, which was a small white group that Joe Slovo, Ruth First, and others had actually established. So it's a whole range there, and it's multinational. It represents humanity, and they did an outstanding job. I want to just, if we've got a moment, to add how this is embracing humanity, because look at the stand that small Namibia, a nation of 2 million, who suffered from the genocidal onslaught of Germany in 1904, exactly 120 years ago to the month, and how they've come out to condemn the stand of Germany in supporting Israel in terms of the genocide that Israel is guilty about. So this is something that is exploding everywhere, and it's going to increase. And I must say, your introduction in relation to the brave Yemenis, almost the Cubans, as, by the way, resistance from Hezbollah to Hamas, and I'll say that no matter how people might regard it, because the jury's still out in terms of what actually happened on the 7th of October, and the fact of the way, as I mentioned earlier, the Israeli death force is responsible for at least half of those people who were killed. And who knows what kind of evidence they were creating at the murder scenes in terms of building up the hysteria which they needed to go on the onslaught in terms of biblical tradition, as we've heard from that butcher of theirs, Netanyahu, in quoting the Amalekites. And that's a nail in their coffin in terms of the genocide case. But can I just quickly say on the outcome, whatever the outcome, George, we've won in the court of public opinion. That's been won. You can never be sure what happens, as you well know, what happens in the minds of judges and the technicalities they can bring out in terms of standing against what is an obvious evidence. So from that point of view, I have certain concerns. We're all hoping, and at least hoping that interim approach in terms of the risk of genocide, because it's an interim action, that can bring about the results we're all looking for. Because the issue, as the Yemenis are showing, and people like you for decades have shown, that the Palestine issue is at the moral center of what's happening in the world. And Nelson Mandela made that very statement, which you'll know all about that.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. From coverage of the war by Palestinian journalists on the ground, we turn to coverage by the Israeli media. What do most Israelis see on TV? How has the Israeli media's coverage shaped opinions of war? This is a clip from I-24 News of Israeli military commander Lieutenant Colonel Dotan talking about an alleged Hamas tunnel in an exclusive video shown by the network last week.
The IDF has found tunnels and weapons inside a child's room inside the Gaza Strip. These visuals were obtained from the IDF, and I-24 News is now going to be allowed to play that. Let's take a look.
During our patrols in the area, we uncovered the entrance to a tunnel under this children's bedroom, actually under this desk, exactly where the children were supposed to study. We can see very clearly the tunnel which goes towards the tunnel gallery. We can also see here these RPG missiles, these munitions grouped in the same sector, including military tactical vests and grenades ready for use.
That was a clip from Israeli media outlet I-24 News. For more on Israeli media's coverage of the war, we go to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by Gideon Levy, an award-winning Israeli journalist and author, columnist for the newspaper Haaretz, a member of its editorial board. His most recent piece headlined, "If it isn't a genocide in Gaza, then what is it?" Gideon, welcome back to Democracy Now! Talk about what Israelis see on television, where most get their news. We just did this whole piece on the killing of Gaza journalists, Palestinian journalists. We've never seen anything like this anywhere in modern history, where you have between 80 and over 100 Palestinian journalists killed in just a matter of weeks. What do Israelis understand is happening?
The main question, Amy, is what they don't see or what they are not being shown. Because as you know, and as your viewers definitely know, Israeli media is quite a free media, commercial owned, quite liberal, no pressure from the government or secret services or army or things like this. Anything it does voluntarily. And the Israeli media decided almost wall to wall, maybe except of my newspaper Haaretz, all the rest, it's not only TV, also newspapers. They decided that they are part of the Israeli propaganda machinery. They stopped being journalists. And this they do in two ways. The first one is the most serious one. They don't show Gaza. The Israeli average viewer doesn't see Gaza at all. He sees the soldiers, he sees the families of the hostages. He's being told day and night about the Israeli sacrifice. He's being told day and night how brave are the soldiers. You see it 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and only one thing you don't see, the suffer of Gaza. And the media decided not to show it, not because anyone pushed the media not to do it. They do it because they know very clear that this is what their viewers don't want to see. And they want to please them. And by this, they are betraying our first mission, to tell the full story. You know, there are Israelis who wouldn't care less to see all those terrible images and say, Hamas is to be blamed, the Arabs are to be blamed, they deserve it, they are barbarian, everything is fine. but they have to see what is being done on our behalf. So that's the first level. The second level, which is less important but still must be mentioned, is that Israeli media speaks now only in one voice. There is no room for any critic about the war. There is no room for any question marks. I don't remember a war in which, after so many stages, still the entire media is just a pale echo of the propaganda machinery of the army.
Well, Gideon, your newspaper, Haaretz, is somewhat different from the rest of the press, but how widely read is it within Israel, and who reads Haaretz?
Haaretz is not a big newspaper in terms of quantity, but it is still quite an influential newspaper, both abroad, as you know, because it's being published both in English and in Hebrew, and also in Israel, still parts of the elite are reading it. I don't want to say that every Israeli reads Haaretz, but every Israeli knows about Haaretz, and through the social media it has some kind of influence, but it is obviously very limited.
Can you talk about the levels in Gaza we're hearing about of starvation, that every Palestinian is hungry right now, the babies being pulled from the rubble? I mean, we're thousands of miles away from you. Tel Aviv is very close to Gaza. What do they see when it comes to casualties?
Nothing. They hear the figures, but figures are only figures. It's only statistics. It doesn't make you feel, it doesn't make you understand the scale of the tragedy, the scale of the crimes, I must say. You know, you watch all the international networks and you see Gaza. You see the children dying on the dirty floors of the hospitals, bleeding to death. You see the uprooted people, you see the destruction, you see the suffer of hundreds of thousands of people, and obviously the starvation. And in Israel, you see only the soldiers, only the families of the hostages, only the scenes where you don't see Palestinians at all. It seems as if they don't exist. Now, Amy, that's not new, because the Israeli media betrayed the coverage of, betrayed its mission by covering in the same way the occupations throughout so many years. It was always dehumanizing the Palestinians as much as possible. But this time we reach a level that I don't remember such a level, because you can really watch for hours Israeli TV and have no clue what's going on in Shifa Hospital or in other hospitals or in uprooted neighborhoods. And where are the people? How do they make their living? Do they get some food? Nothing of this. Nothing which might remind us that the Palestinians are human beings. This is almost a taboo. Don't mention them as human beings.
Gideon, Prime Minister Netanyahu keeps assuring the international community that Israel does not intend to permanently occupy Gaza. But what is he saying domestically to the Israeli people? He even has two Twitter handles, one that's an official one, and then another that is more geared toward sending out incendiary messages to the population.
Just this morning, he was quoted in a private talk, I think, that the war will continue at least until 2025. And nobody sees the end. Nobody knows the end. There is no end game. There is no plan what to do the day after. And the Israelis start to believe now that this might last for many years, at least the occupation of Gaza, obviously without intention. Almost everything that Israel did in the last decades was without intention, but it always came out. It never intended to go for wars, and it always finds itself in war. It never intended to create an occupation of over 50 years, and it came out like this. No. The intention is one thing, and the results are another thing. Israel has no plan to leave Gaza in the coming months or years, which doesn't mean that Israel will stay there. but I don't see any alternative right now. What will they do?
I wanted to ask you about your paper, Haaretz, reporting that a group of family members of Israelis who were killed in Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th in the Hamas attack on Israel are demanding a probe into how their relatives died. An Israeli brigadier general recently admitted he ordered an Israeli tank commander to fire on a home where Hamas fighters were holding 15 Israeli hostages. Brigadier General Barak Hiram told the New York Times he'd ordered the tank commander to, quote, break in even at the cost of civilian casualties. 13 of the Israeli hostages died. Only 2 survived. Gideon, you're a member of the Haaretz editorial board, which recently ran a piece headlined, "The IDF must investigate the Kibbutz Be'eri tank fire incident right now." Elaborate on what happened and the investigation your editorial board is calling for now.
Look, everyone is postponing all the investigation to the day after, and the day after seems to get farther and farther, and we are very concerned that it will never be investigated. But here we have a very concrete case, and families, rightly so, want to know who is responsible for the killing of their beloved ones and how did it happen. The Brigadier General that you just mentioned happened to be a settler. I don't want to say that it says a lot, but let's remember that many of our high-ranked generals, or more and more of them, are settlers, and settlers have their own ideology, even when they serve in the army. They have their own motivation, which is not always a very secular motivation. It's not always the motivation of the others. But in any case, the fact is that those people were killed and might have been rescued. It must be investigated. It's not very complicated to investigate it. It's a very concrete and focused event, and we were calling the army to do so. I don't know, until now we didn't hear from the army. I hope they will do it, because this can have also a lot of consequences in the coming days or weeks or months in Gaza, because this situation might repeat itself when we will face a house where there are hostages and commanders of Hamas. Do we shoot them all dead? I really wonder.
And you also had a piece on how sexism ultimately killed what are known as the spotters, the Israeli military, the women who were on the border, who were seeing Hamas gear up, were telling their supervisors, it looks like there's about to be an imminent attack. And some were even told if they raise this again, they would be brought up on charge of insubordination. Is that right, Gideon?
Yeah. We had a big story on this, but you know, the small stories might overwhelm or overshadow the big story, because the big story, finally, there are 2 big, huge question marks. A, what happened on the 7th and how did it happen? Because all those stories get to one conclusion, that there was no army on this day. There was no, the most sophisticated intelligence in the world, with all the most sophisticated devices, who knows the color of the underwears of each Palestinian, all of a sudden didn't know anything. After all the money in which was invested there and all the reputation they have. And then came the second question, where was the army after the attack started? No army whatsoever. And above all, the question which bothers me more than anything else, and that's namely, having said what happened on the 7th, as barbaric as it was, whatever it was, there are question marks about certain events on the 7th, but it's very clear that there was an attack, a very aggressive attack. Does this give us Israelis the right to do anything we want after the 7th, forever, without any limits, no legal limits, no moral limits? We can just go and kill and destroy and destruct as much as we wish? That's the main question right now. The event that you mentioned with those soldiers' girls just show how unprepared and unprofessional was the intelligence and the army.
And of course, most of those young women died. Last question, your biggest piece, if it isn't a genocide
Only
in
two
Gaza.
survived. Only two survived. Yeah.
Only two. If it isn't a genocide in Gaza, then what is it? We just have 30 seconds, Gideon.
Listen, the Israelis don't seem to care that so many innocent Palestinians were killed. They just care how to label it, if it's genocide or not. And I say it doesn't matter what is the legal definition. 24,000 people, most of them innocent people, 60–70% of them women and children, 10,000 children among them. This is enough of a fact that nobody can deny, by the way, to ask ourselves, do we really have the right to do it? What does it tell about us, about our moral standards? And above all, how long will we go on and where are we aiming to? Another 25,000 killed people in Gaza will guarantee more security to Israel? And even if yes, do we have the right to do so?
Gideon Levy.
The German farmers are at it again. Usually, I don't like to see Germans shouting in a crowd, but in this case, I'm completely for it. There's no more money, German minister tells rowdy farmers. Germany's finance minister, Christian Lindner, took the stage on Monday in front of thousands of jeering farmers protesting against tax rises and told them there was no money for further subsidies. Berlin has been brought to a near standstill by the demonstration, which filled one of its central avenues with trucks and tractors as some 10,000 farmers arrived to cap a week of protests that have become a flashpoint for anti-government anger. Quote, I can't promise you more state aid from the federal budget, Lindner told the crowd from a chilly stage in front of the Brandenburg Gate, but we can fight together for you to enjoy more freedom and respect for your work.
I just want you to enjoy what you have more.
You know, you can't you cannot get away with that kind of double talk in a country where they actually get an education.
I know they sent all their money to Ukraine.
That's like worthy of Joe Biden, that formulation. The protests have heaped pressure on Chancellor Olaf Scholz's coalition as it struggles to fix a budget mess and contain right-wing groups. Of course, this is Reuters, by the way.
Why do we even have two sides if one's
It's
evil?
always those right-wing groups.
Yeah.
Anything that's for the people. Those right-wing groups. Facing a backlash, the government has already said it would maintain a tax rebate on new agricultural vehicles and spread the scrapping of the agricultural diesel subsidy over several years. But farmers, with the vocal backing of the opposition conservatives and the far right, say that is not enough. You know, it kind of sounds like, and we're going to get into this, it kind of sounds like this whole war in Ukraine thing and blowing up their pipeline. Not that blowing up the pipeline wasn't safe and effective. And who knows who was responsible for that.
It was just one guy. They got him.
But we're on Rumble. I don't need disclaimers. Well, maybe for the editors for when they drop it on YouTube.
Yes.
But yeah, it seems like we're destabilizing Germany. And if you know your history, you do not want to destabilize those people. Lindner describing himself as a lad from the countryside who had mucked out stables in his time. See, I'm one of you. This guy is like the German Joe Biden, it sounds like. Delaware Lindner over here.
It's going to be one global Biden. Yeah.
Amtrak Lindner. Sought to win over farmers by contrasting their peaceful protest in Berlin to the behavior of climate activists who had sprayed paint on the Brandenburg Gate, quote, the symbol of German national unity.
Oh, that stupid orange paint thing from the glue their head to paintings people.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's very slick because he knows this crowd probably doesn't like the soup on paintings crowd. So
Yeah.
you don't want to be like those people. But he said scarce money was needed for long neglected investments in schools and roads and for industrial energy subsidies.
In Ukraine, I assume.
That's coming right up. Jeers grew louder when Lindner said money was needed because of the war in Ukraine.
He really said that.
Yes, he literally said that to them.
I'd love to help you, but Ukraine.
I am telling you, this guy is the German Joe Biden. With the war in Ukraine, peace and freedom in Europe are threatened once again. So we have to invest once again in our security as we used to, he said. The Ukraine war that was my tribute to Peter Sellers. Ukraine war expected to cost Germany 160 billion euros by year end. Who could have seen this coming? That this was going to cause problems in Germany. German industry to pay 40% more for energy than pre-crisis.
That's not so bad.
Study says. Yeah, it's not so bad. That's like that's. I mean, have you ordered from Grubhub lately? I was talking about that the other night.
It's crazy.
Holy Jesus, the gas prices out here are nuts.
How much is gas out here?
$5.67. I took a picture of the other day.
Seems normal. We got way higher than that. It was up to $7 not too long ago.
I read about that.
Well, I'm talking about Grubhub charges myself.
Kate, you drive. How much is gas up by you?
Here in New York, it actually has gone down. That's why I am actually considering voting for Joe Biden now that gas is about $3.09 gas. I might not be available to co-host this program much longer. If it goes below 3, that's it. My vote's locked in.
How much is it now, though?
No, it's about $3.10, which is down from about $3.80, $3.90 a couple months ago.
Okay. So from the Berlin Farmers Demonstration Monday, break up the corporate structures, break up the monopolies and cartels, and let farmers produce food. The cartels, quote, are monopolistically organized in large corporate structures. That is why we are demanding that these monopolies be broken up, that there be an unbundling law so that we can negotiate with each other on an equal footing again. They are demanding no increase of taxes for farm sector, break up the monopolies, end additional regulations, bureaucracy, inspections, no genetically modified seeds or synthetic meat. Listen, that synthetic meat, I will not fuck with that. Freaking
it's a tumor.
They're growing that out of shit, man. Ugh. And tumors. I've seen that
it's
too.
Not as not gross as that. It's a tumor they grow.
Right.
It's really bad.
It's made in a lab by scientists. That means it's good.
It's safe and effective. These are safe and effective tumors.
And they're very safe and effective
I would wash it down with a tall glass of Bill Gates poop water myself.
Tall glass of chemotherapy liquid. Interview with Peter Gould of the Independent Farmers. Tell us about today's event. I have a statement of support from American farmers. They are totally enthusiastic. They say we need a transatlantic alliance. Otherwise, we won't be able to do it because it's a much bigger issue, a global issue. Yes, I think we actually have similar problems. This is the farmer. Farmers in America, as we hear from time to time, of course, have questions about how food production is going to continue. And certainly have questions about whether it can go on like this. With the whole thing organized in huge corporate structures that are growing and growing. Cargill is perhaps the key word here. Yep. Monsanto, BASF. And in this respect, I think the problems are similar and they are making themselves heard here in Berlin today. So you understand you're having, as in every field, you're having consolidation. You have the consolidation of these food companies, and it's strangling the farmers, not just in Germany, but in America, in France, as we will see in the next slide. And they're making it impossible for these farmers to leverage their power in order to negotiate for better conditions. So here we have the French, with their typical joie de vivre, decided to do a particularly scatological protest. So this is from the Vigilant Fox. Holy shit! Literally, French farmers, like their German counterparts, are also fed up with crippling globalist policies in the name of curbing climate change. Thousands of farmers demonstrated today from Occitania to Toulouse and dumped more than 100 trailers worth of manure and waste. That's a protest.
It is a very
Where are they putting it? Where are they dumping it? We know.
I'm not sure. Not sure.
I hope it's not at an orphanage. I hope it's at like some kind of politician.
Hopefully it's at the Pro Summer.
I hope they're wearing a mask because there seems like there's a lot of COVID inside that.
Probably. Those cows.
They eat the COVID and they shit it out.
Well, they think that's where COVID came from. Cows.
Okay, we get it.
Okay. So
I want to see it finish.
I mean, that's what's nice about being on Rumble. You can just let the shit flow.
Yeah.
Right. You can just let it come out. So I mean, it's kind of perfect timing for this to be happening while the goons at Davos are flying their private planes in and telling us that we have to eat bugs and limit our consumption, that these farmers are rising up. And of course, Reuters pulled the usual trick. It's the right wingers. It's the right wingers. It's not the right wingers. It's the people
far right
versus the Davos globalists. You have anything, Keaton?
I mean, the French are so great. I mean, could you imagine? Like, we could never even imagine. You're walking down the street in New York City, a fucking tractor rolls down Lexington Avenue, spraying shit all over the sidewalk. Like,
would you settle for a homeless guy?
Things you just can't get here.
I would move back if they do that. I will be on the next plane back to New York if they spray shit all over Madison Avenue.
How would you see it?
That is my vow. And in fact, I used to be a horse and carriage driver. I know exactly where you could get that shit.
Still? They keep that shit in Manhattan still?
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
Back in the day, it was in like the 30s near where Hudson Yards is now, right? That's where the stables were?
Yeah. There's one on 38th Street. There's one on
Oh,
52nd,
it's still there, all right.
right around the corner from the Hustler Club and down the block from the Daily Show.
Wow.
Yeah. And you used to have farmers actually would come and take it away. So it was very cost and effective for them. They would take it away as manure. So it wouldn't take much. Just whisper in those farmers' ears, hey, listen, man, there's 50 in it for you if you spray this on Saks Fifth Avenue.
Well, there you go. I assume they moved the shit out to Jersey when they built the Hudson Yards. I assume they got rid of that.
Nope, still there.
Okay,
Still
I have
there.
a question. How is making these places smell better going to show protest?
Don't take a dig at our Gaelic friends. We have a lot of French viewers. Jimmy, you have anything on this?
Well, it just makes me think of Carl Jung and what he said about the dark shadow is like the excrement, but of course you need that excrement to make things grow.
Oh, that's what I thought he said. You could lead a horse to water, but you can't make it shit.
No, you can make it shit. But that did make me think of that people like to not to derail this conversation or segment, but that people like to put into their unconscious the dark side of themselves. What you need to do is make it conscious, all the things you hate about yourself, because that's where your creativity comes from. That's what actually fuels you. Just like manure makes you grow a rose or it makes you grow food. We live in a world of opposites and you need both of them. Otherwise you're half a man. Anyway, that's all I have to say about it.
Well, I think the panel is in agreement that New York needs to spray shit all over Fifth Avenue, right? I think that's the upshot of the
So,
segment.
no, can I actually just say one more thing about this? That I love that the farmers are not putting up with this shit, and that I can't believe that they really think people are going to put up with it. They did kill a bunch of cows, like over in the Netherlands or something, and they're making us think that the problem of climate change comes down on the shoulders of Dutch farmers. And
the
it's like-
nitrogen, Jimmy.
yeah, the nitrogen,
and their private jets.
Yeah,
They're
not
known
their-
for their private jets.
That's right. So You need food to live. I'm increasingly not believing what they say about climate change. I don't. You don't have to doubt that the Earth might be warming up or cooling or whatever to know that those people are lying about it. And whatever, if there might be a real problem, but whatever they tell you to do about that real problem, you should do the opposite. By the way, I still have the blue bin that we put recyclables in, right? So we've covered on this show. I covered on this show years ago at the Aggressive Progressives that they don't recycle your recyclables.
For many,
So China stopped taking our recyclables years ago, and so you know what they do with those recyclables? They put a fucking landfill.
Yeah.
That's what's going on with your
double the
recyclables.
trucks.
Well,
But
especially with plastics, because plastics all have different chemical compositions. So it is almost impossible for them to mix and match the plastics properly in order to recycle them. So that answers my question, Jimmy, about recycling on your property.
What it does?
Yep, I was going to ask you.
Do
do they fine you out here?
I still throw stuff. No, I've never heard of it, but I still throw stuff in a recycling bin, and I still throw garbage in the garbage.
It makes
and
you comfortable.
And I still put them. I don't know why I do it, but I still do it. Misha, do you do it? Yeah, we all. Do you do it, Kurt?
Yeah, Jenna makes me.
Yeah.
She don't even believe in it either.
I mean, I was doing it because I was like, yeah, that's all I need for Jimmy to get a ticket because I didn't put the plastic in a different bin. But now that I heard that,
makes
fuck
it right
that
all
shit.
the time. But I mean, it would like, how would you get a ticket?
A few days ago, one of the respected and reputable European military analysts, the former head of the NATO Defense College in Rome and the current academic director of the German Federal Academy for Security Policy, Karl-Heinz Kamp, made a rather shocking confession. According to him, with all their desire, the United States and European countries will no longer be able to influence the course of a special military operation, even if Kiev, in 2024, receives weapons and money in full. The current conflict has fully revealed all the weaknesses of NATO. The inability of the alliance to adapt to new realities, the inability of the defense industry of NATO countries to adapt to hostilities, and most importantly, the lack of unity on key issues, showed that NATO doesn't stand a chance in case of direct military confrontation with Russia. The last 2 years have shown that the West has not only underestimated Russia's military and economic capabilities, but also significantly overestimated its own forces. Having provoked Russia to take harsh actions in Ukraine, the West turned out to be completely unprepared for it. Washington and Brussels were confident that Russia would suffer a crushing defeat not only on the battlefield, but also in the geopolitical and economic arenas. However, the reality turned out to be different and very painful for the West itself. The current conflict has shown that Russia has not only not lost on the battlefield, but has also become much stronger from a military and economic point of view. In 2 years of fighting, Russia's economy has become the largest in Europe, and its army has received not only invaluable experience, but also new types of weapons that have been significantly improved based on the realities of current hostilities. Moreover, 2 years later, it became clear that Russia initially chose a very successful tactic in confrontation with the West. The Kremlin's calculation and plan turned out to be a win-win solution to the current conflict. From the very beginning, Moscow has been preparing for a long and positional conflict in Ukraine, which will exhaust not only Kiev, but also the West itself. All this has led to the fact that the Russian military-industrial complex has fully adapted, significantly increasing the country's defense potential, while Ukraine and Western countries began to grow tired of the prolonged conflict. Moscow initially knew that the longer this conflict would last, the more discontent and fatigue in Western countries would grow. The long duration of this conflict and the lack of military successes of the armed forces of Ukraine on the battlefield led to the fact that the US Congress began to refuse to provide Ukraine with another financial assistance of up to $61 billion. Moreover, in 2023, after the Russian army was able to take full control of cities such as Bakhmut, Mariinka, and Soledar, the European Union also refused to provide Ukraine with another financial assistance of up to 50 billion euros. At the same time, it is worth noting that the Ukrainian army, with the help of unprecedented NATO support, has so far failed to reduce the combat capability of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and also destroy the Crimean Bridge, which connects Russia with the peninsula. With each new day, more and more Western experts admit that in 2 years, Russia has demilitarized not only Ukraine, but also NATO itself. This conflict has led to the fact that the stocks of weapons in NATO countries have been almost completely exhausted. Moreover, the current conflict also claimed the lives of thousands of NATO high-ranking officers and soldiers. Practically every day, active officers and soldiers of NATO countries, who pose as ordinary mercenaries and soldiers of fortune, are killed in Ukraine. All this has already caused irreparable damage to the North Atlantic Alliance. Meanwhile, new details have emerged about the recent Russian missile attack on Kharkiv, resulting in the destruction of a temporary deployment point for foreign mercenaries. As it turned out, all these mercenaries were French citizens. At the moment, the Russian military department has officially confirmed the death of 60 French citizens. However, this figure may increase as there were allegedly about 200 foreign mercenaries in the destroyed building. Moreover, sources in the Ministry of Defense claim that these French citizens were active NATO officers, and were in Ukraine in the status of soldiers of fortune. At the same time, it is also reported that in addition to French citizens, about 150 Ukrainian militants from various nationalist units were also in the destroyed building. According to preliminary data, none of them managed to survive.
From the post-millennial, Maine Superior Court orders Trump back on the ballot pending SCOTUS ruling. So this is good news. Trump has been allowed back on the ballot in Maine thanks to the state's Superior Court. On Wednesday, the court issued a stay of Maine Secretary of State Shanna Bellow's move to prevent Trump from being a candidate, arguing that no decision should be made until the Supreme Court of the U.S. has handed down its ruling. According to Fox News, in addition to staying Bellow's ruling, the court denied Trump's motion to supplement the record and stay proceedings. So, So the matter has remanded to Belos for further proceedings as necessary in light of the U.S. Supreme Court's forthcoming decision in Trump v. Anderson, the case against the former president in Colorado that also seeks to keep him off the ballot there. I think the big risk right now, and the reason why they're doing it right now, Trump may win all of these. But how much do you want to bet come Super Tuesday, many states, California, for instance, take him off the ballot?
Yep.
And they make the argument, this is not the general election. No one's interfering in the general election. But Trump is off the ballot and Nikki Haley wins.
Yeah.
If that happened, there might be the first time we ever see a write-in candidate win.
Some, I got to look more into this, but I'm hearing that like Virginia's trying to get away with they're trying to pass a bill that makes it so you can't write in a name. I got to look into that one. I got to verify that one.
Yeah, well, I think they're trying to print the ballots before the Supreme Court ruling comes down because I think they want to just say, oh, we can't do it now. We can't go back now. And that's going to be the big issue.
It's too late. It's 90 days. And so, look, we made the ballots.
You're going to fortify the crap out of the election already.
We already know they're doing it. They wrote the NBC News article saying that they're planning to stop Trump again.
They are absolutely trying to do everything they can to fix the election. This is not going to be a free and fair election. They will do anything at all to fix the election,
to defend democracy.
They're and everybody that believes them, you are so dumb.
Yeah, it's like a red flag when someone says that.
It's so bad. It is. It really is, and it's painful to watch. People that you're friends with or that like you used to respect or whatever, and they're just like, yeah, man,
this is fine.
He's after our democracy, and it's like, oh, so you're going to take him off the ballot? Yeah, that's how you save democracy. Okay, all right.
The one I get is when they're like, Trump's a fascist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, this whole country's fascist. Let's just get that out of the way, man. We got the Federal Reserve at our back.
Well, it's worse than the Federal Reserve is worse than fascism. It's something different. Like, at least with fascism, they're standing in front of you telling you they're doing it. You know what I mean? The Federal Reserve is basically like behind the scenes, no one pays attention, and it's shadow regulating, controlling how you can live your life.
Yeah, it's beyond corporate.
Yeah, fascism's too specific, right? The reference to, we need new words for these things.
I think technocratic, but claiming that the Federal Reserve is technocratic doesn't quite make sense. When they go digital, that central bank digital currency, I hope that that gets shut down, but that's about as technocratic as I've ever seen. Something like that would be like, oh, this is a technocracy trying to take hold. But we need to maintain a republic.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's really funny because in the statements that come from what was I reading? I was reading a statement from some Republican. They said our republic. And when you read a statement from a Democrat, they say our democracy
all the time.
And I was thinking about it because I did a segment today and I don't think I was articulate enough in what I was trying to explain, but I was thinking about a better way to explain it. It's really simple. A republic is when a guy from your state argues to neighboring states and to the federal government your view, your region's view on how how your laws should be, how the greater laws should affect your state or your city or whatever. And that the federal government has limited control or access to what happens in your state. A democracy would be everyone in New York voting on what Wyoming gets to do with their water. So in a direct democracy, the system they want, Chicago will vote, the people of Wyoming must leave. In a republic, the people of Wyoming laugh, cock their guns and say, try it. That was basically democracy versus liberty as stated by Benjamin Franklin. So what we're seeing right now with Democrats is they do this. They try to, they make the argument that at the national level, they should be able to vote away the rights of the states. And the Republicans, and I mean that in the literal sense, not the Republican Party, make the argument the states decide what happens within the states. I see moving forward, it is obvious the Democrats want to do away with a with a Republicanist system.
It's funny because calling that party Republican doesn't mean that they value the Republic, and calling that party the Democratic Party doesn't mean that they have democratic values at all. Like those parties could be called the Red Party and the Blue Party.
But you're right about the names, but it is funny how the Democratic Party wants democracy and the Republican Party wants republicanism.
Yeah, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, they like to play these cult games, these people that have so much money, trillionaires and stuff, that they're so into the occult. I wonder if they're doing this out of joy. They're like, yeah, let's use the Democratic Party for direct democracy and then control with mob mentality.
Direct democracy would be the most brutal and awful system.
Especially with social media, with Google being able to twist the human mind and get 600 million people to click a button one day. Like the amount of mob force.
We got to do this. We should do this really soon.
All right, let's go to our next story here, Charlemagne the God, because they're pulling out all the stops to convince people, particularly some who are against Joe Biden because of Israel and Gaza and other reasons, to come out and support him anyway. Now, a couple of days ago, there was a statement from Charlemagne the God that said he regrets endorsing Joe Biden, and he was mad at Kamala Harris. You know, he's like, where have these people been? You know, he needs to step down, let someone else take the reins, yada, yada. But as these media figures who are more establishment tend to do, he has decided to support Joe Biden anyway. And so you have to understand that people like Charlemagne, the reason why they get into some of the spaces that they get into is because at the end of the day, they are never going to push too hard against the status quo, and they are there to maintain that narrative. So shout out to Case Study QB for this interview on CNN. It's with Charlemagne the God, basically trying to use Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome to convince people, well, yeah, we still got to support Biden. What else are we going to do? Charlemagne the God, one of the members of the Black Miss Leadership class, still holding us back. And for those, and don't come give me no shade, okay? Don't go give me any shade, people, because I'm going to let you know right now. I remember when I was a senior at the University of South Carolina, I remember Charlemagne the God was on the radio in Columbia, South Carolina. He was my best friend's next door neighbor. So I remember who Charlemagne was way back in the day. So don't come for me. Let's go in.
Charlemagne the God, along with politics and culture commentator and host of the Native Land Pod, Angela Rye. So Angela, Michelle Obama has this great skill of being able to shade Donald Trump without ever actually uttering his name. But is she right?
Of course. I think I think that what we know and what I think she got baptized by fire with in 2008 when Barack Obama was running for office. And she said, and I'll never forget, because I was like, finally somebody saying something that I agree with. She said, for the first time in my adult life, I am proud of my country, and got dragged. We are finally at a place on the other side of a Donald Trump presidency where people can they can kind of understand on the other side of an insurrection what she might have meant. And so now,
I don't know. I mean, you think they understand?
I think somebody might, maybe not. I mean, maybe a majority, right? Yeah. You would get fooled if you look at some of the social media, but I think a majority understand what she means, even if they don't like it.
But they're asking for, Joe Biden now to be impeached, even though Donald Trump is under.
Now that's not the day I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I want to just ask you, Charlemagne. I mean, you made some waves in a recent interview saying that you regret endorsing Joe Biden. Why?
It's not that I regret endorsing Joe Biden. It's just that, I think that we all can get burned, by politicians. Because when I say
lies, that is exactly what he said. He said he regretted endorsing Joe Biden. That is exactly what he said. I'm sorry, but see, now he's trying to walk that back because he's on CNN. He probably got a lot of flack for making that statement from Democrat establishment, and he wants to make sure that he's still able to go back into those circles. You got to remember who Charlemagne is. He's not just a host of the Breakfast Club, but he's also in political spaces where the Breakfast Club is not a political show, but they are known for having presidential candidates appear on that show. That is known as like the place to be to reach the Black audience, right? So that's where people tell you to go. You're running for president, go onto the Breakfast Club if you want to reach Black audience members, etc. But it's not a political show. but Charlemagne the God has enough access and pull that he's able to interview a president, sitting president, former presidents. He was able to interview Kamala Harris, obviously. So this is him trying to make sure he can continue to keep that access. So miss me with that, Charlemagne.
Endorsing, like, I put my name and my reputation on the line with my listeners. And when my listeners feel like he didn't deliver, they come back to me and they say, hey, man, you're the one who told us to vote for, Joe Biden. You're the one who told us to vote for Kamala Harris. So, I care about my listeners and what my listeners think. But I do want to say that, I think President Biden historically has been a lack of a better word, a shitty elected official. But, Donald Trump is the end of democracy as we know it.
So you'd vote for Biden.
So you hear this? You guys hear this? That's right. Tia says, weak convictions stand by your beliefs, Charlemagne. You hear this? So this is Charlemagne fear-mongering people. Yeah, Joe Biden has been a shitty president, but, we're looking at between him and Donald Trump. Charlemagne the God they've interviewed independent and third-party candidates on The Breakfast Club. You see, he's never going to push for anything like that or call for anything like that because he would lose his spot in some of these social circles. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. There's a reason why you don't see Black political commentators that are independent and not carrying water for the Democratic Party. This is why you don't see those people on these shows. This is why you don't see, other than when Breonna Joy Gray was Bernie Sanders' press secretary, other than that, you don't see her on these shows. A lot of these people have been blackballed. This is why you don't see it. This is exactly why. This is why you would never see RBN on. We would never be invited on CNN, and we do political news analysis. They would never do it. Never. So this is why. Charlemagne, let me stay in my circles.
Biden again.
I'm not saying either or, but I think, since y'all ask answers, because that's what y'all do on CNN. You like to ask answers, like you ask. What I said is you asked is if Donald Trump was Black, would he get locked up? You know the answer to that.
But I mean, right? I don't know the. So you are going to vote for Joe Biden?
I think it's simple and plain. Like, if you Donald Trump is the end of democracy as we know it. I don't know what to tell people. And I know it sounds, when you say that now in 2024, you've heard it so much because every time, there's a Republican candidate, people say, oh, it's the end of democracy. He's the, people go so far as to say, oh, he's the Antichrist. But this is one of those times where, it really actually positively is true.
So Angela, what
you're gonna regret.
You see this? So let me tell you what they want us to think, right? See, they think we stupid. CNN is trying to convince Black voters in this country, and Black non-voters, actually. Let me bring on Charlemagne from The Breakfast Club to convince people that we could lose our democracy. They got this fool up here repeating these talking points. Most Black people ain't thinking about no damn democracy. Most Black people in this country are working class. Most working class people are not thinking about the end of democracy. They think about how to pay bills. They got a lot more things to worry about. This is a mess. That's why he's on there. Yeah, this could be the end of our democracy. He's not one of us, man. I don't know how else to say this. Yes, maybe he was back in the day when he was still on local radio in Columbia, South Carolina. But the thing is this now, Charlemagne the God, if we're going to talk about the class issue, he's not on the same level with most of us. He's just not. A lot of people living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of Black families living paycheck to paycheck in this country. He's not one of us. He's closer aligned with celebrities than he is with the average Black family in this country. But these are the people that they bring forward. These are the people that they want to convince you this is what we're about. This is not what we're about. So they bring on someone who's a freaking millionaire who just is also Black. Please convince the Black community that this is very important. There's no skin off his back. You guys understand? Regardless who wins the presidency, Charlemagne is still going to be rich. No skin off his back. This is why he's not trying to tell you to fight for nothing. This is why you not see no. When Charlemagne tell you get in the streets? When he tell you, let's all get out there with the platform that he has. You want to talk about doing something for the Black community? Why isn't he trying to do any type of organizing to actually help Black communities? Because again, he not worried about that. He worried about his own damn pocket. We've seen this game before. We've seen it before. You don't get to be in these spaces without being one of them, without being a part of the status quo. Let's continue.
He's saying about his Breakfast Club listeners and the disappointment, I guess, that there might be with the Biden administration. Do you see that being understood by the Biden campaign? Are they taking that seriously?
I think that there are folks in the campaign. I think there are folks in the White House. There are folks in the VP's office that certainly understand and have stressed these points to them ad nauseum. I think Madam Vice President understands. I think that what the real test will be what they do with that understanding, right? I think Leonard is absolutely right. It's hard to get people to do something that they already were very reluctant about doing. Don't forget they were overcoming a pandemic like the rest of us, overcoming George Floyd's death and murder for 9 minutes and 30 seconds on camera. There was a lot that folks had to overcome to get there. And so when you have to sacrifice so much, the least you can do is meet us in our sacrifice. And I think that's really what he's saying. It sounds like a reluctant endorsement you got out of him.
It does sound that way.
But I think the reality of it is...
I will always vote for democracy. And what I keep trying to...
So then it's a binary choice.
Yeah, and
talk about...
This is coon mentality.
That boy.
Pardon my language.
Oh, democracy.
But that's exactly what this is.
Why the Democrats...
Charlemagne tells you, I will always vote for democracy. Let me ask you guys a question. You'll always vote for democracy, Charlemagne? How about always voting for healthcare? So people can afford to go to the doctor. I don't know. Things like that. Huh? How about voting for some type of reparations, Charlemagne, so that Black people can get the debt they are owed? How about that? You always gonna vote for that? How about you see what he makes important?
Anti-Black hate bill. He won't bring that up.
This is the Black misleadership class. Charlemagne got his, pulled up the ladder behind him, and now his biggest concern is democracy. They bring on talking heads like this instead of actual Black independent political commentators because we know what we're talking about, and they know that people like Charlemagne don't, and he just want to be a part of the system. That's what this is really about. You can't sit there and tell me this is coon shit. That's exactly what this is. You sit up there and you say, I will always vote for democracy. Black people ain't saying that shit. Am I alone in this?
Democrats told him to talk like that.
This is crazy. You go, come on, Charlemagne. Come with me. Come with me to the hood. Let's go to Baltimore. Let's go to the hood where my family lives. Let's go to the hood in Baltimore and let's ask them what they would vote for. Go make that statement there, Charlemagne, and tell them, well, I will always vote for democracy. Let's see how that goes over. That's what this is. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry I said the C word, guys.
The vice president, she just mentioned Vice President Harris. You've also kind of pulled back from that endorsement as well. What specifically do you see her not doing right?
Well, when I said that about her disappearing, it wasn't even about her, what she's done as vice president, the duties of a vice president. It was about, how she would interact with people who supported her. And I think that even when I say disappear, I'm talking about the person that I spoke to in 2020. When I speak to her, it didn't seem like, she was as much of a politician as she seems to be now. You know, I feel like, you know, Bakari Sellers has said it a million times. They've given her a trash portfolio, and, you know, they kind of keep her in the tuck, and they don't let her be who she is willing to be. But I think at a time like this, man, if we're having these serious conversations about, you know, democracy being on the line, I think that all of us should realize the language of politics is dead. And I think, you know, new normals call for new things. So I think now's not the.
He is walking back his rhetoric that he had towards Kamala Harris because he still wants to maintain access to Kamala Harris. Somebody reached out and spoke to Charlemagne after he made that statement. So now he's trying to walk it back. What has Kamala Harris done for the Black community, Charlemagne? And don't come to me and say, well, she went to a HBCU. And what has she done for the Black community, Charlemagne? When she was a senator, she wasn't just, it wasn't, she wasn't a Black woman then. She only considered herself to be a Black woman when it was beneficial politically. What has she done for, why do we got to carry water for these people? Why you got to kiss this woman's ass? Just so you can maintain some type of access. What has she done for the people? What has she done? Kamala Harris, if you look at her political career, she continued to look out for herself. Even to the point where you gotta sleep with some people to get ahead, Kamala Harris. She was always an opportunist. I didn't think she was that much of a politician as she is now. She was a senator. What the fuck are you talking about? She wasn't a politician. You want to talk about what happened when she was the AG in California? How she imprisoned Black parents? How she started the truancy law to jail Black parents? You think it's okay for these kids to be without their parents? You ain't know nothing about that. This is why they bring him on. She didn't seem like that much of a politician as she does now. This is why they bring on people like Charlemagne the God. They bring on the hosts of the hip hop shows, not the ones who are actually breaking down the news all the damn time, because they don't want to have one of us on because we'll call all this out. I didn't know that stuff about her past.
Time for her to, you know, be a politician.
Now it's a communication issue that
the Democrats suck at messaging, period. We know this already, though. Like, the Democrats suck at messaging. Like, it's not like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris haven't done a lot of great things. They just don't know how to message it to the American people.
Who is a politician?
There he go, line. Not like they haven't done a lot of great things. They just don't know how to message it. Now he sound like Ro Khanna. He sound like Bernie Sanders. He sound like the damn Democratic Party out there telling people they just don't know how to actually message it. Really? Kamala Harris, politician, lawyer, doesn't know how to send a message. Joe Biden was a senator for years. Doesn't know how to send a message, Charlemagne? Seriously? You're talking about some of the most educated people in this country, but they don't know how to send a message? This is a damn shame. Charlemagne should be ashamed of himself.
That you could support that for the presidency, a new age politician, in your words.
Does it matter if our only choices right now are Biden and Trump?
It does.
Reimagine a world.
You know, what do you see out there? Do you see anybody fulfilling what you think needs to be done at that level?
No, not in a little bit, because like I said, the language of politics is dead. And I think that's one thing, you know, Trump did do. Like, Trump made it to where you could speak truth to power if you want to. But I think that a lot of folks choose not to. Like, nobody's stupid. Like, we're all sitting there.
Definitely wasn't truth he was speaking.
I'm not gonna say it was true, but it's truthful to the people that he's speaking to. Like, you know, whenever you can get on, if you can get on TV and you can say, hey, I'm gonna be a dictator on day one, and, you know, nobody gets upset about that. In fact, that, you know, just causes you to go up in the polls. They like clearly the things that he's saying. Maybe saying he's speaking truth is the wrong thing to say, but he's definitely speaking to his, his constituents.
He's speaking to the fear and stoking the fear of an electorate that is very concerned about what Tiff was even saying earlier about a rising majority. We know that that is indeed the case. I think the hard thing about going back to Kamala Harris, Madam Vice President.
Let me pause here for a second because I'm going to tell you something about her too. So this is Angela Ray, right? So she is now a part of this podcast called Native Land Pod. And it's her and a couple other hosts. Let me tell you something. She's another one that came from the mainstream. So I don't want you to see her here and think that this is just like some independent chick with her own little podcast. No, she came from mainstream too. That's why she there.
We say a lot of this, they won't let her. And I take issue with the language, right? I think that she does need to be empowered, and she has that power to walk in that power. She has owned and requested a lot of what is in her portfolio. I think what is unfortunate is the way that she sounds the alarm. A lot of the folks on her team sound the alarm. It is not being echoed by folks in the White House.
What's the point of sounding the alarm behind the scenes? Like if we're talking about
all been behind the scenes, like even today, right? Her being in Atlanta, talking to voters, talking to folks that run voting rights organizations, talking to a base that they need, that they rely on.
They should have been doing that for months.
When you say, I mean,
why wait for President Barack Obama to come out to light a fire under the campaign? And for y'all to, go out there and start doing things. And then, when it comes to President Biden, the first thing you do is go to a beautiful Black church, Emmanuel AME, in my birthplace, Charleston, South Carolina, and then go to the soul food spot, Hannibal's Restaurant. Like, that is the thing that Democrats have been doing for years. Like, that's not effective anymore. Just showing up to a Black church and then going to a soul food restaurant.
If the election.
But you still going to support them. And that's why they continue to do the bare minimum. You saying it's not, see, he's pointing out things that are obvious. But Charlemagne the God is still going to support Joe Biden. And he's still going to tell you to support. You see what I'm saying? So as long as you continue to support them, you can criticize all these things they're doing all you want to. And you don't have to support them at all. And for people who say, well, what are they supposed to do? Support the Republicans? No, I've been saying for a long time, you need to break away from the two-party system. Vote for the independents, vote for the third-party candidates, or you can also just stay your ass at home. And I've said this from day one. Maybe the Democratic Party needs to lose. Maybe they need to be embarrassed, because it'll be embarrassing as hell. And I'm going to keep it real. It'll be pretty embarrassing. Joe Biden beat Trump in 2020 and then to lose to him in 2024. That'll be pretty embarrassing. But again, Charlemagne, you pointing out the obvious. But if you're going to tell people to keep supporting them anyway, that's why they don't feel they need to do anything for us.
Were held today. I mean, do you think Biden wins or loses?
The polls say he loses.
And you believe that?
That's what the polls say. And even when we have this conversation about, Black voters, the reason that so many of us are sounding the alarm the way we are, because it's not just Black voters, it's the vote, period. It's Black voters, Latino voters, independents. And he's losing to somebody who has 91 criminal charges, 4 indictments, 2 impeachments. How are you losing into the polls to somebody like that?
On the Republican side, we've seen Nikki Haley rising in the polls. She, at the debate, attempted, or the CNN town hall, she attempted to clarify what she said. Listen to what she said.
If you grow up in South Carolina, literally in 2nd and 3rd grade, you learn about slavery. You grow up and you have, I had Black friends growing up. It is a very talked about thing. In the South, we're very comfortable talking about it because we know that's what it is. But the goal was always to make today better than yesterday.
What did you make of that, Angela?
Nothing. It's a nothing burger. I mean, seriously, Lenore, you're mad at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Dems, rightfully so, for being bad at messaging, but they're piss poor on addressing racism, right?
So let me just say something here. Notice what they're doing here. She's saying you're mad at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris because of messaging. People are mad at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for economic reasons, for certain rights reasons. There are Black voters in cities like Chicago that are mad at them because migrants have come into that city and they're giving them benefits that they won't even give Black people who were born in this country. This is why people are mad at them. People are mad at them because of Israel and Gaza and the decisions that the Biden administration has chosen to make, siding with the state of Israel. It's not the message. The message has been very clear. And in the words of MJ, they don't really care about us. So we know the message, Angela. Listen to this part.
Like you for her to even
just to be clear,
you gonna defend that kid?
No, I'm not.
Do you really want to?
No, I'm not. But when Tim Scott said this is not a racist country, when Senator Tim Scott said it's not a racist country, Vice President Kamala Harris agreed with him, and so did my OG Jim Clyburn.
I'm not defending any of this.
What's the point that proves in your
What do you
mind?
mean?
What does that prove in your mind that Vice President Harris?
Clearly all politicians are piss poor on speaking about racism in this country.
Well,
because they care about those hypothetical swing votes.
Let me just bring.
So you see this? So now it's all politicians are bad when it comes to speaking about racial issues in this country. So Charlamagne really just gonna sit here and overlook more so what Nikki said, because remember, Nikki's from his state and he probably trying to get access to Nikki Haley. Don't be surprised. Vivek was on the Breakfast Club. So just keep that in mind. But then also, Charlamagne, you also know the racist shit that Joe Biden has done. Actually, that's to Charlamagne and to Angela. You guys know the racist shit that Joe Biden has done. Charlamagne, you from South Carolina. You know the history about Strom Thurmond. It still boggles my mind that this man's name was on so many buildings, in South Carolina. And that's who Joe Biden worked with. So to me, we can't, Black people, we cannot continue to sit back and just settle for anything. We just really can't. Like it is what it is. You don't owe anyone your vote. You don't. Be like the other Jackson and ask, what have you done for me lately? And as you can see, the Democratic Party hasn't done anything for you. You don't owe them anything. Period.
Back right to you talked about Mother Emanuel. One of the things, of the few that I think Joe Biden did well yesterday is he addressed the Confederacy and slavery and the Civil War, unlike Nikki Haley and Donald Trump have done.
It doesn't matter, Angela, when he sat up there and he co-wrote legislation that put Black men, heavily targeted Black males, and put them into prison, pulling them out of the home, taking them away from the families. So who gives a damn, Angela, if he sat up there and he said some negative things about the Confederate flag? This man actually wrote and implemented legislation that targeted Black men and destroyed Black families. Now, how is that any different from Ronald Reagan and his war on drugs? It's just, these the types they want you to hear from.
In a real way, like they sound like they are a part of the critical race theory undoing of Black history in this country, or American history, really. Joe Biden took it right to them and was like, nah, that's not what it is. Her saying she got Black friends does not justify, right, what she pulled on the stage recently.
But Joe Biden does the same damn thing. Joe Biden thinks that because he got his Black friends that he can do the same damn thing. It's just, we have to be wary of these types of people that continue to keep us repeating the same cycle over and over. These people are wealthy. That's why Charlamagne can sit there and tell you he's worried about democracy. They're not going to bring on the person that's going to tell you, I'm worried about paying off the rest of these student loans. I'm worried about being able to buy a house. I'm worried about being able to start a family. I'm worried about paying for these bills. I'm worried about inflation. I'm worried that I'm going to have to work 2 jobs for the rest of my life. I'm worried that I can't afford a 401k. So even when it gets to retirement age, I may have to continue to work because Social Security may or may not be there. But even if it is there, it won't be enough for me. They won't bring on those people. They bring on rich Black people. Let's go to some of the comments here in the
Nikki Haley doesn't believe that America is a racist country.
But listen to what Joy Reid said of the reason why you lost last night, or came in third. Listen.
The elephant in the room, she's still a brown lady that's got to try to win in a party that is deeply anti-immigrant. It's still a challenge. I don't see how she becomes the nominee of that party with Donald Trump still around. I can't picture it happening. Maybe it could happen. Ron DeSantis' only argument for staying in it is he's the white guy, that he can still make the appeal to white people.
Do you agree with her interpretation of the results?
First of all, Joy Reid lives in a different America than I do. Yes, I'm a brown girl that grew up in a small rural town in South Carolina who became the first female minority governor in history, who became a UN ambassador, and who is now running for president. If that's not the American dream, I don't know what is. You can sit there and give me all the reasons why you think I can't do this. I will continue to defy everybody on why we can do this, and we will get it done.
Are you a racist party? Are you involved in a racist party?
No, we're not a racist country, Brian. We've never been a racist country. Our goal is to make sure that today is better than yesterday.
Nikki Haley's wrong.
Imagine her.
Not only am I going to prove that she's wrong, I'm going to use her own words to prove that she's wrong. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 instances that prove that Nikki is just not telling the truth. And for number 5, I'm going to use one of her running mates as an example. And if you stick around to the end, I'm going to prove to you how the Democrats and the Republicans get it so wrong on race. This is going to be fun. First of all, Nikki Haley ain't even Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley's real name is Nimarata. Nimarata Nikki Randhawa Haley. Why not use your first name? We all know the reason why, right? Or at least I could take a guess. Because America's not racist, right? It says here that Nikki Haley was born Nimarata Nikki Randhawa at the Bamberg County Hospital in Bamberg, South Carolina, to immigrants, Sikh parents from Amritsar, Punjab, India. Now, Nikki may try to maintain that this does not show that America's racist. Breaking news, folks, breaking news. Donald Trump just put out a post on Truth Social, his social app, where he called Nikki Haley by her real name. Well, her full name. He misspelt it, but Trump called her Nimrata instead of Nimrata. But, yeah, I wonder why he did that. It wouldn't have anything to do with race now, would it, Nikki? Nimrata. I told you this was going to be fun. I should have also told you it's going to be really easy. Number 2. Nikki Haley's father was a biology professor at Voorhees College in Denmark, South Carolina. Now, Voorhees College is a historically Black college. In 1904, the school's name was changed to the Voorhees Institute for Colored Youth. Kind of hard to get it wrong that it was a Black school for Black kids. Nikki Haley can pretend that she doesn't know that America's racist, but it's going to be hard to pretend that you don't understand why your dad taught it in HBCU or why America has HBCUs. It's because America's racist. And Black students weren't allowed to go to school with white students because white people thought Black people were inferior and they didn't want Black people in school with their kids. And that, folks, is racism. Her dad taught at a school, so she had to know that. Number 3, For this one, let's use Nikki Haley's own words. In the same video where she says America has never been racist, she points out times that America was racist.
First of all, Joy Reid lives in a different America than I do. Yes, I'm a brown girl that grew up in a small rural town in South Carolina who became the first female minority governor in history. We're not a racist country, Brian. We've never been a racist country. Our goal is to make sure that today is better than yesterday. Are we perfect? No. But our goal is to always make sure we try and be more perfect every day that we can. I know I faced racism when I was growing up.
Kilme's face says it all. Look at him. He's like, Jesus Christ, lady, stop talking. Shut up. I won't be able to save you.
But I can tell you today is a lot better than it was then.
This is too easy. This is too easy. Number 4. In this clip, once again, we got Nikki Haley herself describing a time in which America was very racist towards her. I don't know how she forgets this. She just told this story this year.
Somebody came to my mom and said, you should put your girls in. And so my parents asked us, and my sister and I were like, yeah, we'll do that. So they put us in the pageant, and it was at a time where they had a white queen and a black queen. And so they ended up going to my parents and said, we have to disqualify your girls. And they said, why? And they said, well, we can't put them on the white side or the whites will be mad. And if we put them on the black side, the blacks will be mad. And so we don't have a place for them. And so they disqualified us. And my mom said, well, Nikki's really been working on her song. Can she at least sing her song? Because there was a talent component to it. And they said, yes, she can sing her song. The song, I'm not kidding you, it was This Land Is Your Land, This Land Is My Land. You can't make that up.
I'm beginning to think that Joe Biden isn't the only person running for president who shouldn't be running for president. Number 5. Now, number 5 is different. It's a running mate. See, in Iowa, Vivek Ramaswamy spent a whole lot of money. Millions and millions of dollars. He spent all of his political capital in Iowa to try to win Iowa. That was his only chance. And his wife talked to some people in Iowa to find out why they weren't supporting him. And the answer is the epitome of racism.
What do people say gives them I can't vote for him because what are the things that they tell you? What answers can I help you provide? Or just
Well, the only one I've had, and I couldn't even remember who said that to me, but they mentioned it's dark skins, and they think that way. Yeah. So I kind of set them straight on what they believe. Yeah. I thought I was covering for it. I don't know, but and I tried to explain.
There's not much we can do about that one.
Well,
So I could have went with stuff that was historical, cop shootings, medical malpractice issues, driving while black, walking while black. I could have used all these instances, right? I could have used hate crime stuff, statistics, numbers, facts, data, all this stuff. I could have just used it. But I felt it was more real if we used actual things out of Nikki Haley's mouth, things that she experienced, so as she told, that shows, America's racist. See, America has racism in it, just like an apple pie has apples in it. That's why we call it an apple pie. And that's why we call America racist. There's other things in an apple pie besides apples. There's sugar, there's cinnamon, there's flour. Same thing with America. There's greed, there's corruption, there's love, there's humor, but there's also racism. Now, last but not least, I want to make sure people understand that I'm not just saying this is about the Republicans. Bonus! Folks, the Democrats and Republicans play this game with race. Always remember, Kamala Harris said this.
I don't think America is a racist country, but we also do have to speak truth about the history of racism in our country.
It sounds almost exactly like what Nikki Haley said. And when Kamala said that, she was backing up Joe Biden, who made a similar statement.
America is not a racist country.
When I think about it, I think we all would agree that while it is part of our past and we see vestiges of it today, we should also be committed collectively to not letting it define the future of our country.
So whether it's Republicans or Democrats, they all play games with race. Democrats, they'll say America's racist, but they won't do anything to try to fix it. But they want to get votes because, hey, we admit America's racist. And Republicans deny that there's racism. And that's the way they get votes, because their base or most of their supporters don't believe that racism is a thing. Unless you're talking about discriminating against white men. Then it's racist to them. That's the only racism they believe in there. There are people that are calling out Nikki Haley who don't have the guts or didn't have the guts to call out Kamala Harris or Joe Biden when they said almost exactly the same thing. And that's not racist. It's just hypocritical. Very hypocritical. For TBTV.
Now, Victor Ramaswamy found out how racist some of the Republican Party can be. And I told y'all the reason he lost Iowa is sort of like what Joy Reid said, but she a mammy trying to be a mammy. And I told you ain't winning no Iowa caucus named Victor Ramaswamy. And that's why this Haley lady, I didn't know that, good work, Tim Black, found out that she had the same type of last name and her name. She done switched it. See, she trying to pass as a white lady. This is disgusting.
Are you a racist party? Are you involved in a racist party?
No, we're not a racist country, Brian. We've never been a racist country.
We heard this. Well, y'all want y'all to pay
Come on.
attention to this story.
Come on, Nikki. Like, listen, you want to say, no, we've conquered racism and everything's fine today. I would disagree with that, but it wouldn't be as ridiculous as saying we've never been a racist. We had slavery. Like we've had issues. John, what is she doing?
They don't get damn about
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but you're implying that slavery had like a racial component. And
We had-
she doesn't grant you that.
We had segregation. And then Jim Crow era. Like,
But
what,
what about race, though?
Let's get to the story because y'all don't want to hear from y'all too much.
Version of The Onion, got some backlash for posting a parody article about Haley's former competitor.
Now look,
Vivek Ramaswamy. So you're
soon as the Vic Ramaswamy lost in Ohio, the Republican Party, and it's the Republican, it's their group, this is what they posted. Trump promises Vic an administration position running the White House 7-Eleven. This is how and I told you, they say the Vic, he's seen it and he just laughed it off. Bitch, you think you them? This is what they thought of the Vic. And they posted this. Racist Republicans posted that if Vic, don't worry about it, Vic, you could still be the administration, you can have an administration position running the White House 7-Eleven. These people is nuts, man.
seeing the tweet or the X post in question. Trump promises Vivek an administration position running the White House 7-Eleven.
I know who didn't know that's how a bunch of them motherfucking racist Republicans felt. The Vic thought he was white. They laughed with him, they joked with him, but they looking like, hell no, man, we got Trump. You ain't shine my shoes, boy. That's how they felt about the Vic. Hey, boy, you working at 7-Eleven. So Nikki Haley, deep down inside, she need to understand, ma'am, you Indian too. This how they feel about you too. Quit trying to be white. We taking them on. We the real conservatives. We don't give a damn about trying to be them. They trying to be us. So we don't give a damn about what they're talking about. But Vic, he got his You is an Indian nigga. Excuse my language to them. And they didn't give a damn about telling that man, oh, V, don't worry, you can run the 7-Eleven. Oh man, crazy.
We've got some excerpts from the piece and also some backlash from conservatives in regard to the Babylon Bee's post here. But initial thoughts on it, John?
Yeah, on the Ramaswamy thing. Yeah, it's as
racism, but it let me know we still right. We still got our gut instincts. We ain't turning our backs on these people. Are you crazy? Hell no. They think I told you. They didn't want. They talk about how did Obama win Iowa because he had Joe Biden. They didn't want that nigga. He talked intelligent. They seen Biden and they knew, okay, this a house nigga. Okay, we'll give you a chance, house nigga. But you a Muslim nigga, we know that. You know, that's how they was talking to Obama. And they let Vic, remember, this ain't Democrats. This the Republicans let Vic know. Don't worry about it, boy. You can work at our 7-Eleven. That's why you can't try anybody going no motherfucker. This is what they call a good time. And everybody know that. That's why Michael Jordan had to find that out. You go around them rich ass billionaire whites. Say, oh, I live. Give us a couple of jump shots, Jordan.
lazy as it is racist. It is a joke that didn't need to be made, not just to not needlessly offend people who deserve some compassion, but also because are you not satisfied with the number of times that specific joke has been made? Like, did you as a comedy writer think, oh, thank God I am here to right this wrong that not enough people have talked about 7-Elevens or whatever? It's just so lazy. It's the sort of thing that should be your last attempt at comedy before you quit and just become a right-wing, like independent media grifter or whatever. Like you tried to do the creative thing and it didn't work. So now you just say more explicitly racist things into a camera for YouTube. That's what I would say.
Now, I refuse to be offended by this because the very person it's directed toward thinks that there's no problem with it. So if he thinks that it's totally okay for this type of stereotyping to happen, all right. But let's get to how the Babylon Bee actually changed their original story, because they did make some changes. The original fake article jokingly quoted Donald Trump as saying, quote, "I've always said Bimbik Rump Salami was a great man, one of the greatest men, to be honest. That's why I've asked Ricky Tikki Tavi if he would accept the honor of running the White House 7-Eleven in the West Wing. Under Biden, the White House doesn't even have a 7-Eleven. Not good. We're going to bring convenience back to the West Wing." So look, it also pokes fun at Donald Trump as well. And it's not
it pokes fun at the fact that he's a racist who doesn't care about non-white people's names.
Totally.
That's accurate. It's based in reality. They don't have a problem with that about him.
Yep. And it seems that after getting quite a bit of backlash, including from conservatives, they actually took those mocking names out and replaced them with Vivek. Also, they write that Trump went on to say that he'll work closely with Ramaswamy every day when he takes office, stopping by the official 7-Eleven store located in the halls of the West Wing several times a day for a Diet Coke. And one of those delicious warmed up cheeseburgers under the hot light thingies.
Well, arguably that's satirically saying that Trump has bad taste in food if I'm extending way too much of an olive branch to them.
Well, it's demonstrably true that he has bad taste in food.
That is
like, yeah. Anyway,
Ramaswamy, you said that they are the right-wing version of the Onion. That is
they're trying
way too generous. I know that they're copying the Onion, they are trying, but I think that you have to have just a certain level of either talent or at least effort to qualify for that comparison, and they are not even close. This is not about being offended about the racial stuff. I will leave that to the people who are being targeted by the racist jokes for that. But just the laziness should offend all of us, those who appreciate comedy. There was no effort put into this. This is a place where AI should take their jobs because AI would at least try. The humans in this case have given up, and so it's time for robots to take over.
My God. No, you make a really good point because I think that it's important to protect comedy. It's a form of expression. And comedy sometimes, like comedians and satirical outlets, they're going to try to like push the boundaries, and it's a risky thing to do, and you want to allow space for those risky maneuvers to take place. But if you're going to do something that can be widely interpreted as racist, homophobic, sexist, all of that, maybe like A/B test it a little bit internally to make sure it's funny, right? Because you do have the ability to do that. But nonetheless, it did lead to some backlash. They clearly knew that the racial implications, because they also wrote, when questioned, Trump was horrified at the accusations that any kind of racial stereotyping played in his selection of Ramaswamy, or played into his selection of Ramaswamy. Quote, I wanted to offer the job to DeSantis, frankly, but he's too short to see over the little hot dog display, end quote. Now, some of their usual supporters were not fans of this post. One ex-user said, I'm 100% Trump and think Babylon Bee is a national treasure, but this one is just stupid. You can and should do better. A public retraction seems appropriate here, but I'll still look forward to your stuff. And look, I do wonder if, let's say Ramaswamy in an alternate universe is a Democrat and he's running in a Democratic primary, and the same exact thing is written about him. Would they feel the same way about it? Like that, you know what I'm saying? Because like far worse has been said and written about Democratic politicians or Democratic activists, left-wing people. There's no backlash to that. It's just, I think the thing that kind of grosses me out about our current political landscape is that everything is super tribal. And if someone, criticizes or says something that you find objectionable about a member of your team, then you're going to speak out. But if the same type of treatment is implemented against someone on the opposite team, oh, it's totally fine. In fact, I feel like a lot of them like join in on it.
Yeah, I would say, I guess in this case, the racist impulse is breaking through the tribal impulse, because he is, like Ramaswamy would have you believe he's a MAGA guy. So he should be in that bubble of protection from the tribal, impulse. So to pierce that, you have to be a racist and say, I don't care how much you say all the right conspiracy theories, and that's great. But I've seen your skin, so screw you. I mean, that's really, we have the clash between the tribalism and the racism. Now, as you point out, there are some conservatives who appear to not be interested in this. So that is a sign of, I guess, growth. It wasn't enough for the Babylon Bee to look. What I love is this is a reminder, and obviously Ramaswamy is going to continue to be like, no, this doesn't offend me. I think it's totally cool that people on my side see me purely through a racial lens or whatever. But it's a reminder that there is nothing that you can do that is going to win over these people. He got a great education. He's clearly an intelligent person. He is, I believe, a self-made incredible.
Because he was running around talking about there's no racism either. Them Republicans don't mind showing them bitches some racism if they think it's not none. We're not here for all that, man. We're here for business. We ain't got time for being emotional. But Ramaswamy needed that, because he tried to talk tough about reparations and why do we need it. He don't know nothing about racism. Oh, they gave him his ass some racism. Called him the dude off The Simpsons, the 7-Eleven guy. I said, oh shit, yeah. That boy don't know about them good old boys in the South.
Incredibly wealthy person who decided to turn his back on his prior liberal Democratic ways to become a hardcore MAGA conspiracy theorist who yells all the January 6th and COVID conspiracies and climate change is made up. He says all the right stuff. He campaigned as an advocate for Donald Trump, dropped out and endorsed Donald Trump. You own a 7-Eleven. Like, after all that stuff, you are still, no, you go work in a 7-Eleven. That's the thing that you get to do. My community, we're great. We can do all sorts of things. We have boundless potential. But you, regardless of everything that you've done, you work in a 7-Eleven. It was just wasted effort for a life.
Yes.
Yes,
white boy, you sitting there with your white privilege. He loving that joke too. We are too. That funny little motherfucker. I had to bring that to y'all. I couldn't enjoy that all to myself. They say he the 7-Eleven man. But the Vic, he got to dust that off. He got to dust himself off and keep on scamming. That man a scammer, man. That man give a damn about no America. He another bastard we gotta watch. You go, if India want to take over America, he will work with India, China, whoever. That man don't have. But Nikki Haley the same way. Her mother and them was illegal immigrants. It's crazy. She running for president. So what the fuck does she know about slavery? This serious business. They need to stop asking immigrants anything about the Civil War. They can't wait to disrespect us. Every immigrant, even ones from Africa, they gonna say, no, nothing bad happened because they want to be white and American society so fucking bad. It's none of your, that's real, we need to let everybody know, it's none of your fucking business. We only talking to the ancestors of people who've been here since the Civil War. We got to, that's another thing. It ain't just about lineage reparations. All whites don't have nothing to do with this. We can't be letting whites vote who people wasn't here. Hell yeah, they gonna vote no. This is a serious fucking issue. You got to show that your ancestors had some ties to this fucking country to be getting in on this shit. That's another thing we got to make crystal fucking clear. Because you see, fuck yeah, Vic Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley go talk disrespectful about slavery and all. They happy to be here. They would say any goddamn thing. But they find it out. They not white.
I choose to focus on the silver linings in this story. So, namely the fact that there is a distinction among the more racist faction of the Republican voting base and those who find this kind of stuff.
In a bitch too, and I'm gonna have to show everybody this. Remember this. I want to let y'all know something. When white flight happened, when blacks started moving to certain areas, it wasn't Republicans saying they didn't want to stay next to blacks. It was whites. Whites. When black people get a little money, they move into these nice neighborhoods and there's a bunch of whites. It's not signs that say I'm Republican or Democrats when they politicking, but it is whites who saying we don't want you here. Democratic whites is telling Democratic blacks we don't like your kind here. They don't give a. They want you go vote Democrat in the ghetto, nigga. And that's what them motherfucking rich Democrats need to understand. We tired of playing with them. They racist than a bitch too. We don't want to hear that because they never said no. We want to stay with the blacks. We want to hire the blacks. You think it's the Republicans? When you go to these banks and they fucking us over, you think it's just it's racist Democrats in that too. But that home ownership thing is when you go into the motherfucking neighborhoods, it ain't just Republicans. And we need to let them Democrats know your ass is keeping blacks out too. That's so goddamn true.
Objectionable, and they deserve some credit for speaking out against this. So the Blaze host, Steve Deese, who I'm sure I disagree with on most things, called the joke one of the most brutal headlines these guys have ever done, while conservative cartoonist George Alexopoulos reacted simply, yikes. And you mentioned that Vivek and didn't really seem to have a problem with this in response to Matt Walsh tweeting, check the comments to see conservatives actually offended by this joke. Absolutely pathetic. I guarantee Vivek Ramaswamy is not in the slightest bit offended. You guys really don't need to be his white knight to protect him from Babylon Bee headlines. He'll be okay, I promise. And Vivek responded with, I'm a survivor, with a laughing emoji. But I actually want to end with a video because Vivek himself said that he doesn't think that systemic racism has been an issue since the 1800s and that there are no white supremacists in the country at all, which I think is a ridiculous thing to say. I do think that, in an effort to drum up.
And that's why I say I enjoyed this story. I don't like racism, but he said that, so they showed him, oh, Vec, we right here behind you, boy, are you looking for us? Soon as Vivek talking about, no, America's not racist. They say, boy, you work at 7-Eleven. Indian guy, shattered his hopes, dreams. He thought, I'm one of them. They like me. They really like me. No, they don't. House Indian nigga. Now shine their shoes, boy. They let him know. We don't give a fuck if you was a $100 million Indian. You're not white, Vivek. That's the problem. I told you, you have a name Vic Ramaswamy. You think you gonna be the fucking candidate for the Republican Party? They knew your ass was grifting. They knew you wasn't serious.
Up support for Democratic candidates. There's this effort to make it appear as though like white supremacy is super prevalent and everyone's a white supremacist. Like, I do think it's overplayed, but to say that there's no white supremacists in the country is ridiculous. Like Nick Fuentes is a self-avowed white supremacist. Like there are white supremacists in the country.
Talking about white supremacy no more because we don't know if they're white or they don't give a damn about no white supremacy because they don't want to help us. They don't want to give us an anti-black hate bill. She don't. So if it's white supremacy, how we gonna deal with it? No. We just want to say that so we get votes. We just want to, have blacks vote for us. But they think that we tired of that hustle. Okay, so it's white supremacy. So what, goddamn? We don't want to hear that. Stop using that, man, for your own fucking purposes.
But once again, his own side proved him wrong because in a recent episode of Sarah Longwell's podcast, The Focus Group, one Iowa voter explained why he was reluctant to support Vivek Ramaswamy. Let's watch.
I'm sorry, I'm not being prejudiced, guys, but I don't like his name. I don't like where he came from. After 9/11, I still harbor a lot of hard feelings about that.
So the Democrats need to explain why is it that it's not no foundational Black Americans? If you want to say that, why is not no descendants of slaves running for vice president, running for president? Why? I mean, because you know what? The Democrats will say this, I don't like that name, Leroy Johnson. Nah, I don't like a name like Leroy Johnson. So they want us to believe that. See, that's what they just don't understand. That hustle done played out, man. We know who y'all are. We know why they telling us as Republicans they ain't giving a black man a chance at nothing. Oh, you got Kamala Harris. Let that woman. People is from Jamaica and from goddamn India. What the hell are you talking about? And she married to a Jewish man. Do y'all think we stupid? What the hell are you? See, that's what we gotta let them know. We ain't playing with y'all no more. We don't got time for this BS. See, the Republicans don't like a name like Victor Ramaswamy, like they like it, like they really the ones. I ain't seen they Victor Ramaswamy president or they Victor Ramaswamy vice president. That's why Joe Biden's the president, because the whites and Democrats still want power. Still an old, damn near 90-year-old white man who racist than a motherfucker, and they trying to tell you about Trump. And they don't want to give up no power. Oh, we got an Indian black lady in there, man. Please, that lady can't say one fucking word without y'all permission. That lady can't say shit. What power? Man, people, Democrats are ashamed they goddamn. I'm gonna love putting them out their misery this year though. Oh, it's gonna be a great day.
Vivek Ramaswamy he's Indian. He's not Muslim. And Jesus Christ. Anyway, thoughts, John?
There's so much stupidity bundled up in one thing.
Yeah. He's a Hindu. That shit. You a Hindu. That people in them white Christians don't that's just like being Muslim to them. That's the same. To one of these Christians, they don't know none of that. All they know is Jesus. If it ain't Jesus, they don't trust you. That's serious goddamn business, man. If you fall on your knees and confess Lord and Savior, then they might look to you as a saved heathen. But nigga, please, you ain't gonna be talking about Hindu. Ain't gonna be no Hindu American president. I'm really sick of this type. What the fuck are they thinking about? He gonna be the first Hindu president. Why white people ain't having that? Nigga, my daddy not having that. I think, hold on, let me just say something. Because see, white people not the only problem. My daddy will never have a Hindu president. Are you crazy? My daddy, boy, this country, the day you try to put a Hindu in power, I ain't saying, my daddy think this country going to hell. Hindu, they don't love the Lord, boy. What's going on here? I like, Daddy, I don't even know about old Vivek. He don't love the Lord.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Who was somebody that many of us supported in his campaign. We really
Jesus as Lord, as his Lord and Savior. If Vic ain't said that, he out of there.
Thought that he was going to be the anti-establishment, tear down the walls, go after the deep state establishment. He actually ended up defending his father's wiretapping of MLK Jr. in this latest Politico interview, claiming they had to do it, essentially.
I had to bring y'all this story here because this Kennedy clown is a bozo. We know now the CIA and them Jeffrey Epstein files, they control his whole life. Remember, he flew on a plane 3-4 times. you know, his one of his wives killed herself after she found out about all the affairs he was having. Who knows, some of those affairs with some underage people, probably on Epstein Island. But he came out yesterday and said something that really pissed me off to the core. This clown, remember, they killed his father, they killed his uncle, Dr. King. He defended and said that they was justified in wiretapping Dr. King. Now this is crazy. Say, what you say, boy? They was right for what they done, Dr. King. Okay, that's it for you, RFK. We don't want to hear another word out your mouth, man.
Is what he said. During this interview that happened on Sunday night, Politico sat down with him. Let me just read from this a little bit. It says Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Sunday defended his family's role in authorizing government surveillance of Martin Luther King Jr., calling it a necessary step amid the political tensions of the civil rights era. Kennedy's provocative comments came as the independent presidential candidate was on a campaign trip to Atlanta on the eve of the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. In an exclusive interview with Politico, Kennedy said that his father, Robert F. Kennedy, who authorized the wiretapping of King as Attorney General, and President John F. Kennedy, his uncle, permitted the eavesdropping because they were, quote, making big bets on King, particularly in organizing the March on Washington. He says they were betting not only the civil rights movement, but their own careers. And they knew that Hoover was out to ruin King. Edward Hoover at the time was the FBI director. He then argued that the Kennedy administration had a legitimate reason to go along with Hoover's determination to surveil King. The FBI director saw King as a dangerous radical with communists in his inner circle. And he says, quote, there was good reason for them doing that at the time because J. Edgar Hoover was out to destroy Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement. And Hoover said to them that Martin Luther King's chief was a communist. My father gave permission to Hoover to wiretap them so he could prove that his suspicions about King were either right or wrong. I think politically they had to do it. What? Oh, okay. Well, then wiretap me so that you know I'm not a criminal. That's how I'll prove my innocence. If the government just spies on me, then they'll know I'm not really an agent for Russia or whatever they might be accusing me of these days, right? Just wiretap me. Whoa. That is what his argument is that, well, they wiretapped him. That way they knew he wasn't a communist. So
nah, that's disgusting. Even the congressional
what in the world, Bobby? I mean, this is just getting crazy between this and the blind support for Israel with, saying that the Palestinians are the most pampered group of people are being bombed and their children are being massacred, to saying, well, they had to wiretap him. They had to. It was good because then they could prove that he wasn't a communist. No. Okay. So they proved, I guess they couldn't find that he was a communist in the wiretapping. What they did do is they found that he was an unfaithful man to his wife. And then they tried to dangle that because he was supposed to be this big community leader, religious community leader. And they dangled that in front of him and even tried to get him to kill himself. And they wrote him an anonymous letter that we now know was the FBI saying, we've got all this dirt on you. And maybe you should just off yourself instead of having to deal with the shame that it's going to bring you and your family and your community. So that's what the wiretapping resulted in. It was a horrible, horrible thing to do to Martin Luther King Jr. It was, at the time, people were not aware. I mean, the level of surveillance on him had not been known up until fairly recently. And it's just really atrocious. The FBI actually tweeted this out yesterday. They said, this MLK Day, the FBI honors one of the most prominent leaders of the civil rights movement and reaffirms its commitment to Dr. King's legacy of fairness and equal justice for all.
All lives.
And then there was this community note. They're like, oh, look at, Martin Luther King Jr. And then the community note says, the FBI engaged in surveillance of King, attempted to discredit him and used manipulation tactics to influence him to stop organizing. King's family believes the FBI was responsible for his death. And then they have all these links. So Cornel West came out swinging. He is saying that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is wrong in his stance to defend his father and his uncle's wiretapping of MLK. He says, my dear brother RFK Jr. is dead wrong in his defense of his father and uncle viciously wiretapping the great Martin Luther King Jr. This COINTELPRO repression that includes threats and attacks of the Black freedom movement was despicable. Let us not, in retrospect, minimize its massive damage in these struggles for human dignity and freedom. Yeah, I get it. It was his uncle and his dad, and he believes that they were staunch supporters of MLK. That is what he believes. In fact, watch, this is a clip. He did this long clip. It's about 5, almost 6 minutes long. We just got a bit of it for you that he put out there on day talking about their relationship. But watch this.
Hey, everybody. I want to send you greetings on Martin Luther King Day and take a moment to share some thoughts about my family's relationship with Dr. King. Dr. King in 1967, in April 1967, gave a famous speech in which he came out against the Vietnam War. He was breaking with the other civil rights leaders who were angry at him for leaving his lane. They said, we need to focus on civil rights. Half of the paratroopers units in Vietnam are Black. We're sending Black boys over there to die for freedoms in Vietnam and democracy that they do not have here at home. And he also said that the poverty program, which Lyndon Johnson and my uncle had launched, was being impoverished itself because of the cause of the Vietnam War. In 1967, he gave a beautiful speech, one of the best in American history, denouncing the war and calling on civil rights leaders to see this as part of their struggle. Almost a year to the day from when he gave that speech, he was murdered. And my father, who was running against the Vietnam War at that time, was going into a ghetto in Indianapolis, Indiana. And the sheriff warned him that he should not go, that people did not yet know that Martin Luther King was dead. And the sheriff and the local city police believed they would lose control of the city when the Black population learned of that. My father went alone anyway, and he climbed on a flatbed truck and he gave one of the best speeches of his life, an impromptu speech, telling the crowd for the first time that Martin Luther King had died. You can hear on the tapes an audible gasp from the people.
I have some very sad news for all of you, and that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis. Martin Luther King dedicated his life to love and to justice between fellow human beings. He died in the cause of that effort. In this difficult day, in this difficult time for the United States, it's perhaps well to ask what kind of a nation we are and what direction we want to move in.
And then he did something that he never had done before, which is he talked publicly about his brother's death. And he reminded the crowd that his brother was killed by a white man as well. And he called on the crowd to do something that was counterintuitive, which was to react peacefully. He quoted the Greek poet Aeschylus. And he said that our job now as Americans is to tame the savageness of man.
And make gentle the life of this world.
And that night,
All BS
over 100
American.
cities saw riots. The city where I was at that time was Washington, D.C., which was burned. Large parts of the city were burned almost to the ground, and that happened all over the country. The only major city that avoided rioting that night was Indianapolis, and people.
Okay, so he's telling this, nice story about his dad going there and telling the people of Indianapolis to be peaceful when they find out about the death of Martin Luther King Jr., that his dad decided to announce to them after his dad was unfortunately directly involved in his death. There was, I don't know if I could say direct, but the wiretapping, there's a lot of questions about the true, who actually killed MLK Jr. There's a lot of talks about a conspiracy. The FBI did it. His dad participated in that through allowing the wiretapping that gave them the ammunition to continue going after this man, to continue targeting him, torturing him, tormenting him, demonizing him. And, you know, it's a little, rather than just say my dad was wrong, that wasn't the right way to go about this. This is what they thought back then, and now we know better. You know, he says, well, I think it was okay. You know, it's what they needed to do politically at the time. It was fine. You should have just said, no, this was really bad. And ultimately, you know, look, this is just another thing that people are pointing at the RFK Jr. campaign, wondering what the heck is going on. He's got his, you know, former CIA daughter-in-law now running his campaign. He's saying it's okay that they wiretapped. That's suspicious. I mean, come on. You should know the optics of that are not good. I get that you want to defend your dad, you want to defend your uncle, but this is not the way to do it, especially after he has been calling on eradicating a lot of these agencies or reforming them seriously, exposing their crimes from the past. And then to go and play this video, this nice story of, well, but my dad went and announced to these people, you know, this white man of privilege who wiretapped him, went into the city, stood up on a flatbed truck and announced his death. Kind of inappropriate, quite honestly. And then says, but that city at least remained peaceful because my dad did that. I don't know. It's a little tone deaf, I think, with the movement, with it's just, especially the fact that the person running his campaign is former CIA, and now he's talking about wiretapping. Not so bad. Shocking. It's just really, really shocking. That just another shocking aspect of his campaign. And we will continue to cover his campaign. There's been a lot of things I like about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's obviously things I don't like. Time will tell when we get closer to November how things are going to shake out and who many of us think is the best candidate. There's definitely no candidate that I look at and think, oh yeah, this one is great. Jill Stein, I think, has a lot of, if you watch my interview with Jill Stein, even if you're a staunch right-wing Republican, you might be very, very surprised at many of the answers that Jill Stein gave. I think you'd be very surprised. I know I certainly was, and I think she gave really great answers. I think that for me personally, you know, she's most in line with many of the things we talk about here on this show. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. certainly had been for a long time, up until more recently. Trump, there's been some things that he's not so in line with, other things, you know, I mean, it's just, but you know, the night is young. We have until November, right, to decide. So.
Cult Figga. Follow me